Chapter 1047. The Dark Queen's eyes narrowed, but there was not the slightest hint of fear or hesitation. Instead, there was unforgettable resentment. Ming concubine. Like a streak of light, the sword pierced through the clouds. When it arrived above the city, it suddenly paused and turned into a woman. The woman wore a simple set of palace clothes, beautiful and noble, but she had a pair of firm, straight eyebrows. She called out coldly, "Dark Queen, how dare you behave atrociously in the north? I won't spare you today." One sword into 10,000 swords. With a casual swing, she produced a glorious streak of light, which suddenly split into thousands of swords of light in the air, falling down like a storm. Ghost domain of the netherworld. The Dark Queen took a step forward. Her wide sleeve drifted about, and ghastly ghost chi immediately rose up from the ruins, forming a sinister domain of ghosts. Vicious ghost faces received the rain of swords. With a flash, Li Qingshan grabbed Ru Xian and Yu Zijian by the shoulders and took them away from the battlefield. They arrived on a tall building in the distance. Streaks of light landed in the ghost domain, kicking up ripples. The streaks of light were devoured and melted by the ghost chi, while the ghost chi was dispersed by the streaks of light. One yin and one yang, one tough and one soft, they seemed like natural enemies. There were no violent booms or collisions. There were only heavy explosions in the air, immediately enveloping the city in a storm. Countless ruins were swept into the air before being ground to smithereens again. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the crescent moon shone dimly. It was like a slightly closed eye, coldly watching the hysterical hatred the two women felt towards each other. "Why didn't you save senior brother Fu?" Yu Zijian asked. "Because I only have two hands." Li Qingshan raised his hands, expressing his powerlessness. He was not some good person who repaid evil with kindness. How much trouble had Fu Qingjin caused him? Nothing could be better than his death. Most importantly, he could restrain the Ming concubine and allow the Dark Queen to retreat calmly. However, the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. The Dark Queen had no intentions of retreating. Instead, she summoned a few more vicious ghost kings, charging towards the Ming concubine on gloomy ghost flames. She wanted to fight to the death. Fu Qingjin powered the green ruin sword as hard as he could, fusing with the sword and turning into a streak of green light. He rushed out of the battlefield. The Dark Queen's figure suddenly appeared before him. She extended a beautiful, pale white hand and grabbed the streak of light. Die. Fu Qingjin felt like he was suffocating, even though he hadn't needed to breathe to maintain his life many years ago. But Xiao Mei's hand was even more terrifying than the Ghost King's ghost claw. A bone-chilling cold spread out from it. His soul was also frozen and he could no longer maintain the state of being one with the sword. "Bitch, don't you dare harm the disciples of my sword collection palace." The sky was suddenly illuminated. The sword shone with white light, forcing back the ghost kings. Ming Fei and her sword alone killed their way into the gloomy domain of ghosts. She pointed the sword right at the Dark Queen. The edge of the sword trembled, taking the initiative. The Dark Queen turned around with composure and sneered. "Sure enough, you've come." She held a small banner in her hand and waved it at concubine Ming. At that instant, the cries of 10,000 ghosts echoed across the heavens and earth. Myriad ghost banner. Ming Fei raised an eyebrow. The sword in her hand trembled violently, but it had already lost its original rhythm as if it was about to fly out of her hand. The myriad ghost banner was the treasure of the Umbral Yin sect. It refined far more than 10,000 ghosts, but hundreds of thousands, gathering countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts. The resentment and ghost chi were so heavy that it could change the color of the world and make the sun and moon dim. Although the Dark Queen had spared Fu Qingjin gently, he still felt a rumble in his head. His sea of consciousness felt like it was about to shatter and explode. Immediately, he was separated from his sword, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He turned black in the air and flew far away. "Senior brother?" Yu Zijian cried out. She wanted to fly towards Fu Qingjin, but the cries of ghosts irritated her. She knelt on one knee. Her cultivation was far too weak. Even when she was affected by the shockwaves from afar, it was still rather difficult for her to endure. Li Qingshan released a ring of demon chi, blocking out the cries of ghosts. However, the building beneath his feet collapsed and collapsed. Fu Qingjin landed on the ground, unconscious. However, his body trembled as the gloomy ghost chi corroded him violently. He was close to death. What a nice sight. Li Qingshan shaded his eyes and watched on leisurely. He did not have a particularly good impression of either side. The only one he cared about was Xianyue, but who knew where the Dark Queen had shoved her away? She had vanished, so she should not be in any danger. Suddenly he felt his wrist tighten. Yu Zijin grabbed his arm firmly and lowered her head. Niu Juxia, I know my senior brother has been very bad to you, but I beg you, save him. Originally Li Qingshan did not want to do anything, but when he heard the name Niu Juxia, he could not help but think, even if this kid Fu survives, he's basically crippled. I've basically avenged myself, so saving him won't be a problem. It's about time I separate these two women. Look after her. He told Ru Xn before leaping over to the edge of the battlefield. He lifted up the unconscious Fu Qingjin with one hand and fiddled around with the green ruined sword with the other. Sure enough, the sword dimmed, and Fu Qingjin's vitality became extremely feeble. Li Qingshan dug his ear with his pinky. He found the cries of ghosts to be rather noisy, but he suddenly heard something. A cold light flashed through his eyes and he looked over. The others were already like that, while Ming Fei, who bore the brunt of it, felt extremely pressured. She gritted her teeth secretly. This ghost bitch has actually obtained the myriad ghost banner. She still wants to deal with me. She swung her sword and assumed a defensive posture. Snow-white light blocked the cries of ghosts. The Dark Queen stabbed the myriad ghost banner into the ground. The nether ghost domain that was on the brink of collapse immediately condensed, sealing up the region. A few ghost kings descended from above and surrounded Ming Fei. Bitch, return my child's life. The Dark Queen's gloomy voice pierced through the cries of ghosts, like a golden thread on a white cloth, clear and deep. Who knows how your child died? Moreover, I've always thought you liked dead ghosts. Ming Fei sneered. Before the Dark Queen could say anything, a voice as cold as steel cut in, asking Ming Fei, "What did you say? Who are you?" Ming Fei was slightly surprised. She was rather confused about Li Qingshan's origins. He saved Yu Zijin so he could be regarded as a friend, but he purposefully left Fu Qingjin alone. Only when he was almost killed did he appear, and now he was questioning her again. You don't need to know who I am. I only want to ask you one thing. Did you kill her child? Li Qingshan arrived between them and clenched his fist as he questioned her. Go away. This has nothing to do with you. The Dark Queen was worried that Li Qingshan would come to restrain her again. The strength he had demonstrated just now was enough to disrupt her plans. Foolish woman, do you really think you can kill her? She's clearly using herself as bait. Do you really want to die here? Li Qingshan turned around and cursed. He could tell a long time ago that Ming Fei's cultivation surpassed the Dark Queen's. Even with the myriad ghost banner, it was impossible for her to kill her so easily. The reason why she appeared so weak, even purposefully angering the Dark Queen, was to keep her busy here. The Dark Queen and Ming Fei's faces both changed. Drifting astronomy. Chapter 1048. Answer me. Li Qingshan clenched his fist firmly. Killing intent was contained within him. The Dark Queen did not have the ability to kill Ming Fei, but he did. As long as Ming Fei was bold enough to nod and admit it, he would be bold enough to kill her immediately. Who cared if it was the King Chu's estate or the Sword Collection Palace? That was his sore spot. It has nothing to do with me, Ming Fei said proudly. Liar. The Dark Queen said. The Ghost Kings roared out and lunged towards Ming Fei. Die, bitch. Ming Fei swung her sword to receive him. Light coiled around her as she clashed with the Ghost Kings. She did not show any weakness at all. At this moment, two magnificent streaks of light rushed out from the horizon, as if they were proving Li Qingshan's words. The Dark Queen furrowed her brows and wanted to retreat, but Ming Fei did not spare her. She was determined to kill this mortal enemy of hers. Li Qingshan stood in the center of the battlefield. His long hair drifted about in the violent wind. He unclenched his fist and lowered his head in thought. He took out an item from his bosom. It was a curved horn. It was the Xieji's horn that had once almost forced him into dire straits several decades ago. It possessed the wondrous ability to distinguish between truth and lies. He had found it in Fu Qingjin's Sumeru ring. The Xieji's horn did not respond to Ming Fei's words. Of course, perhaps Ming Fei possessed a method to fool the Xieji's horn, but even if Li Qingshan used his senses to judge, Ming Fei did not seem to be lying. Although the Dark Queen was so certain that Ming Fei was the culprit, she seemed more like a stubborn mother who had lost her beloved son. She was not particularly convincing. And if she really did possess concrete evidence, he believed that Chu Lai King would not turn a blind eye to it, turning it into an unresolved case. There were still many doubtful points. For example, the witch in the Crouching Ox village practiced the profound Yin ghost control technique and not the sword manipulation technique of the Sword Collection Palace. As it seemed now, the witch was basically no more powerful than a mortal, so how could she refine little Anne's soul into a ghost slave? All kinds of questions emerged in his mind. Li Qingshan shook his head and put the Xieji horn back into his arms. Since little Anne was not sure who the murderer was, he did not want to act recklessly like a reckless man. He would investigate slowly. But no matter who the murderer was, Li Qingshan was prepared to kill his entire family. Raising his head again, the Dark Queen was entangled by the Ming concubine, unable to break free for a moment. The two tremendous streaks of light on the horizon flanked the Dark Queen from the left and right. With the three great sword cultivators working together, they were confident they could make the Dark Queen die here. Battle demon possession. Li Qingshan said in a low voice. His demon heart flashed and the war demon totem imprinted on his back swelled and blurred. It spread and circulated until it covered his entire body and merged with him as one. He had transformed into the war demon. Immediately, demon chi rushed into the air. Li Qingshan leapt up and used his fingers like a blade, cutting down on the edge of the Ming concubine's sword. He had already used the blade style he had learnt from the wildflower blade soul, which happened to destroy the Ming concubine's attack. The Dark Queen used this opportunity to flee into the distance. She stared at Li Qingshan and was rather confused. This man called himself an elder of the Sword Collection Palace. He had saved a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace first, yet he was helping her now. She was left scratching her head. "Brat, you're looking to die." The Ming concubine flew into a rage. Her sword moved violently like the tide, as sharp as lightning. Li Qingshan swung his palm with composure, dealing with the attacks as they came. He did not lose the upper hand at all. He said to the Dark Queen, "You can go." Although he did not exactly have a good impression of her or respect for her, she was little Anne's mother after all. Li Qingshan obviously would not allow her to die here. The Dark Queen turned around and drifted away. The two streaks of light pursued for over 500 kilometers before giving up on turning back in the end. One of them was a tall, middle-aged man. He stood like a lone mountain with a sword in hand. His bearing even surpassed the Ming concubines. He was the strongest sword cultivator Li Qingshan had ever seen in his life. The other was much younger. His appearance was rather similar to the Ming concubines. He wore a set of faint yellow Blademaster clothes, and his bearing was radiant like a prodigy. Together with the Ming concubine, he sealed off Li Qingshan's path of retreat. "You can die in his place." With a flash, the Ming concubine pulled back and stared at Li Qingshan coldly. The three great sword cultivators fell into a sword formation and surrounded Li Qingshan, brimming with killing intent. "I've saved your disciple after all. Do you really have to treat me like an enemy?" Li Qingshan laid out his hands with a smile. In the current world, basically no one could force him into dire straits anymore. Even the Dragon King of the Sea was not confident about that. However, it seemed like he could not take advantage of the Sword Collection Palace anymore. "You've come from the demon domain?" The master of the Sword Collection Palace stared at Li Qingshan. From the surging demon chi he gave off, he was clearly a demon king, and he was even more powerful than regular demon kings. Unless the demon domain invaded on a large scale, demon kings would always remain in their demon caverns. They would never roam the world. "No, I'm a disciple of Buddhism as well as a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace." Li Qingshan shrugged. "Nonsense." The Ming concubine rebuked furiously. Being a disciple of Buddhism was already laughable enough. The Sword Collection Palace did not even have an elder like that. However, the master of the Sword Collection Palace thought of something. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes. "You're Li Qingshan." "It's rare for someone to know my name," said Li Qingshan. "You're Li Qingshan." The young man was surprised. "How do you prove it?" "Palace Master, he really is Li Qingshan. He even saved us earlier." Yu Zijin brought the unconscious Fu Qingjin over. "Zijin, don't come over." Ming concubine called out. "Yes, but he has no ill intentions. First senior brother, hurry up and save senior brother Fu." Yu Zijin stopped and pleaded with the young man. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Another first senior brother, and he was the first senior brother of the Sword Collection Palace. "Zijin, don't worry. Palace Master, Mother Qingjin's life is more important," Ji Xuanri said. Not only was he the first senior brother of the Sword Collection Palace, but he was also the first prodigy among the younger generation of the Green Province to undergo the third heavenly tribulation. He was also the son of Chu Lai King and Ming Concubine, the human crown prince of the Green Province. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become the next King Chu, a true prodigy. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga can actually accept a disciple like you? The master of the Sword Collection Palace waved his hand and produced a streak of light, shooting into Fu Qingjin's body and immediately forcing out the ghastly qi. The dauntless abbot said, "I possess a great Buddhist nature," said Li Qingshan. "Just why have you come?" "I'm a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace. The Sword Collection Palace still owes me a sword," said Li Qingshan. "Since you're a guest elder, why are you helping the Umbraline sect?" asked the master of the Sword Collection Palace. "What I hate the most in my life is bullying the weak and outnumbering the weak, so I couldn't help but stand up for the weak. As for the Umbraline sect or the Sword Collection Palace, I didn't really consider it." "You're a demon king, so you do know what standing up for the weak is," said the master of the Sword Collection Palace. "That's none of your business. If you don't do anything, I'll be leaving." Li Qingshan took off. "Hold on." The master of the Sword Collection Palace blocked his way in a flash. Ming Concubine and Ji Xuanri worked together, and the sword formation continued to seal up Li Qingshan, preventing him from taking another step forward. "Do you really want to kill me?" Li Qingshan asked. Chapter 1049. I'm a Demon King. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Even if the master of the Sword Collection Palace wanted to kill him here, he would not find it so strange. After all, the power he used could not be tolerated by the righteous path. He might even be suspected of colluding with the demon domain, and he had even ruined Ming Fei's plans. If the master of the Sword Collection Palace did not fall out with him, then so be it, but he even allowed him to take a sword. Wasn't that a little too generous? Was there some scheme involved? Since even the Chan Monastery of Devanaga believes you possess a Buddhist nature, it's not the Sword Collection Palace's turn to clean you up. Our Sword Collection Palace always keeps our promises. Since we've agreed to give you a sword, come and take one. What if I don't want to go? Li Qingshan asked. That's up to you. The master of the Sword Collection Palace moved away and waved his hand, expressing that he could leave as he pleased. Ming Fei and Ji Xuanri exchanged glances and stowed their swords away. Since the palace master is so sincere, I'd seem arrogant if I don't go. Let's go. Li Qingshan smiled. No matter what scheme was involved, he was confident he could destroy it with force. Even if it was a tiger's den, he would still venture into it. You really do have some courage. The master of the Sword Collection Palace said. He had not seen the slightest hint of fear in Li Qingshan the entire time. Do you think the palace master will harm me? Li Qingshan said. They made their way north together. Ji Xuanri and Ming Fei took Yu Zijian and Fu Qingjin with them, while Li Qingshan and the master of the Sword Collection Palace flew together. The streak of light was extremely fast, leaving Li Qingshan behind very soon. Li Qingshan smiled. He had no intentions of chasing after them. A while later, Li Qingshan arrived before the renowned Sword Collection Peak. A lone peak hovered in the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds like a lone island. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga's Great Buddha Mountain was renowned for its resemblance to a great Buddha, while the Sword Collection Peak was like a supreme sword. The isolated peaks below were like swords, currently bowing towards the sword in the sky. Between the hidden sword peak and the other peaks below, there was an iron chain that was as large as a horned dragon. It was as if once the iron chain was broken, the divine sword would break through the air and fly away. Li Qingshan thought, the mountain forms the force and the force forms the formation. The protective formation of the Sword Collection Palace is anything but ordinary. If I enter it and the palace master suddenly turns against me, it won't be much safer than venturing into the ink sea. Please. The palace master raised his hand. All right. The Sword Collection Palace did not have a flight ban like the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga was filled with Buddhist statues and pagodas, so Buddhist disciples obviously could not fly above senior monks, bodhisattvas or Buddhas. For a sword cultivator, flying on a sword was the most basic of basics. There were sword lights flying between the peaks. Some of them formed sword formations, some of them fought one-on-one, and some of them flew alone. They practiced the art of sword kinesis and roamed between the mountains and the sea of clouds. They really had the aura of sword immortals. The palace master invited Li Qingshan onto the heavens-leaning peak. In the majestic hall of the sword palace, he ordered, summon the sword masters of the various peaks. Immediately prepare for the sword selection ceremony. Li Qingshan gazed out of the hall. The lone sword-like peaks suddenly lit up with light of various colors. The light rapidly extended along the iron chain and reached the hidden sword peak. At that moment, Li Qingshan heard a strange hum. It was heavy, yet it also possessed a soaring clarity, enough to make even his soul tremble. The hidden sword peak was activated. A streak of light rushed into the air, shattering all the clouds in the sky. The stars were vast and the moonlight was boundless. They all seemed to spin, dazzling. All the disciples of the Sword Collection Palace stopped what they were doing, raising their heads and gazing at this sight. Their expressions were no different from the disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga during the Dharma Assembly of Zen. What a detestable sound. Li Qingshan, where the hell have you come to? The Wildflower Blade Soul's voice suddenly rang out in Li Qingshan's head. In order to prevent the Wildflower Blade Soul from rambling and drawing hatred to him, he had always placed the Wildflower Blade in the Azura field. However, their minds were still connected. Just now, Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze and answered in surprise, "You sensed it? I hate swords the most. Cut that damn sword in half." The Wildflower Blade Soul ordered. "That's not a single sword." Li Qingshan glanced at the Sword Collection Palace. There were many swords stuck in it. The wondrous sound probably came from all the swords ringing together. "Really? Then cut them all." The Wildflower Blade Soul said impatiently. "Don't. I still have one in there." Li Qingshan was not that bored. "What? You want to use a sword? You're bold enough to use a sword?" The Wildflower Blade Soul suddenly lost his temper. Blade intent rushed into Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness, kicking up surging waves. "You've lost your mind." Li Qingshan suppressed it with the Spirit Turtle's method of sea suppression in a hurry. "You already have me. You're not allowed to use any other weapons, much less swords. Those who use swords are all hypocrites. I'll kill every single one I see." The Wildflower Blade Soul said furiously. "Ah, that's a sharp one. Not only are you a hypocrite but you're also a poser. Apart from my little Anne." Li Qingshan had completely forgotten that he had also used a sword in the past. "Don't worry. I'm only drawing a sword. I don't know how to use it. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you refine any other sword, we'll be on our own." "Why are you laughing, fellow?" All the master of the Sword Collection Palace saw was Li Qingshan's mysterious smile. "Nothing. I'm just excited to see something like this." Li Qingshan looked at the master of the Sword Collection Palace. If it really was like what the Wildflower Blade Soul had said, then this person was the greatest hypocrite and poser. As they spoke, the sword masters and elders of the various peaks arrived in the hall. One of them cried out in surprise and joy, "Li Qingshan!" Li Qingshan glanced past them. The speaker was a handsome man, also at the second heavenly tribulation. He must have been a sword master of some peak. Even the joy on his face was unable to wash away his melancholy. Li Qingshan found him rather familiar, but he was unable to recall his name. "You're Yin Xiaoqiu. You've come at a perfect time. Are you bold enough to fight me again?" Yin Xiaoqiu's face turned cold, and he gripped the Waterbreaker sword on his waist firmly. All these years of arduous cultivation had been for this moment. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan had gone to the Mist Province, he would have gone to challenge him a long time ago. "Oh, it's you." Only then did Li Qingshan remember that he had defeated Yin Xiaoqiu's Waterbreaker sword with the Water Sword in the past, which basically made him famous in the Clear River Prefecture. "Since you've come, why bother putting on an act?" Yin Xiaoqiu was certain that Li Qingshan was purposefully humiliating him by not being able to call out his name, but Li Qingshan had gone through so many years of continuous battles. Who knew how many existences at the third heavenly tribulation he had even killed, lingering on the brink of death so many times? So how could a clash between Foundation establishment cultivators in the past leave any deep impression on him? At the very least, Fu Qingjin still posed a great threat to him, but Yin Xiaoqiu had been defeated by him in a single strike, having been worn away by the passage of time a long time ago. Putting on an act. Li Qingshan swore inside, "It's not like I'm using a sword right now." "Xiaoqiu, stop messing around." The master of the Sword Collection Palace said. "Palace Master, please allow me to spar with the sword against Elder Li." Chapter 1050. Li Qingshan sniggered and stood with his arms crossed. Yin Xiaoqiu sure had an unlucky name. He always chose to challenge him when he was at his most powerful. It was impossible for him not to worry. His behavior only made the sword masters and elders of the Sword Collection Palace even more furious. They said together, "Please grant us your permission, Palace Master." The master of the Sword Collection Palace frowned slightly, while Ming Fei and Ji Xuanri looked at one another. They had all witnessed Li Qingshan's strength. Yin Xiaoqiu had no chance of victory at all. However, if they just said that, Yin Xiaoqiu would definitely be unwilling to accept it, and the others would not accept it either. However, if they allowed Li Qingshan to use the methods of the Demon King here, there would be a lot of trouble. After a moment of thought, the master of the Sword Collection Palace nodded. "Thank you, Palace Master." Yin Xiaoqiu clasped his hands and turned to look at Li Qingshan. "Then I'll lose again." Li Qingshan made his way out of the hall and brushed past Yin Xiaoqiu. He arrived on the terrace in front of the hall and gazed at the Sword Collection peak in the sky. Yin Xiaoqiu followed close behind. He said to Li Qingshan's back, "If you don't have a suitable sword, you can choose one on the Sword Collection peak before you spar with me." Not only did he want to win, but he wanted to win in an upright manner. "There's no need for all the trouble." Li Qingshan turned around. "What, you still want to use the water sword?" Yin Xiaoqiu's face turned slightly cold. "No, my swordsmanship has already reached a higher realm. I don't have a sword in my hand, nor do I have a sword in my heart. Come at me." Li Qingshan brought his fingers together like a sword. All the sword cultivators frowned. Talking about a higher realm of swordsmanship in the Sword Collection Palace was basically showing off before an expert. "What, I don't have a sword in my hand, nor do I have a sword in my heart," was even more nonsense. "You're asking to be humiliated. Watch my sword." Yin Xiaoqiu bellowed out, and his various emotions diluted and dispersed, turning into a faint sense of sorrow. The breaking water sword leapt out of its sheath silently. The curved blade was like a crescent moon, flying out from the calm surface of the lake and sweeping towards Li Qingshan's throat. Water-severing worries. It was like a glimpse of the world, yet it was also like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. All the sword cultivators gasped in admiration, as expected of the descendant of a famous sword. Even they did not dare to say that they could block the power of this sword. They could only temporarily avoid it. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan did not move. He had once exclaimed in admiration of Yin Xiaoqiu's sword will. Now Yin Xiaoqiu's sword will was 10 times better than before. It was indeed a peerless sword technique inherited from the 10 famed swords. There was nothing wrong with the sword intent, the problem was that it was too slow and powerless. Just when all the sword cultivators thought that this sword would kill Li Qingshan on the spot, Li Qingshan stretched out his right hand. Without using any sword or saber techniques, he gently twisted his middle finger and index finger. The flying moon turned back into the blade of the sword. The blade of the sword suddenly froze and could not advance another inch. Yin Xiaoqiu's expression froze as well. He didn't even need to use his devil chi, let alone the water sword. There are always things in this world that you can't sever, such as worries like flowing water like me. Li Qingshan's voice was filled with a faint sigh. The feeling of showing off in front of a bunch of pretentious peddlers sure was exhilarating. All the sword cultivators were rendered speechless. How is this possible? Yin Xiaoqiu released his grip on the hilt and took a step back as he murmured to himself. To a sword cultivator, the sword was as important as his life. He had unconsciously released his grip on the hilt. Clearly, his mind was in a mess. After decades of bitter cultivation and pursuit, he had finally arrived in front of his opponent, but his opponent had actually forgotten his name. He wanted to take revenge, but he found that the distance between them had widened even further. Suddenly he felt that everything he had done was in vain. Suddenly a hand pressed down on his shoulder and the palace master said, "Xiaoqiu, there's no need for you to lose heart. Fellow Li has already undergone the third heavenly tribulation. You're obviously not his opponent." The third heavenly tribulation. Yin Xiaoqiu cried out involuntarily, gazing at Li Qingshan in disbelief. The sword cultivators were all stunned. Undergoing the third heavenly tribulation was equivalent to reaching the apex of the 9 provinces. Across the entire world, all of them were renowned figures. Just how old was the person before them? Yet he had already undergone the third heavenly tribulation. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Only a few people knew about Li Qingshan undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. Even if they knew, they were unwilling to spread it, as his cultivation was far too similar to the Demon King's. And the Chan monastery of Devanaga was already prepared to hold a grand ceremony to celebrate Little and when she was conferred the title of Monk King. They would invite all the great cultivators of the Green Province and even the fellow Buddhists from the outer sect. Li Qingshan would never receive such treatment. Li Qingshan tossed the breaking water sword back to Yin Xiaoqiu. Yin Xiaoqiu gazed at the blade, and his expression was reflected on it. After a while he said, "I'm going back to cultivate." Afterwards he flew off heaven's leaning peak. He did not ride on his sword. The sword cultivators were all gloomy. The palace master gazed at Yin Xiaoqiu's figure and thought, "Xiaoqiu, it's about time you understand that the greatest sorrow in the world is powerlessness. If you're powerless, then it's impossible for you to relieve your sorrow. Li Qingshan shrugged and turned around to the palace master. Can I draw my sword now? Anytime, but since you're a guest elder of my sword collection palace, you must abide by the rules of my sword collection palace, said the palace master. What rules? You can't use force to take it, said the palace master. Then what should I use? Li Qingshan answered with a question. Heart. The sword selection ceremony is not just a person choosing a sword, but a sword choosing a person too, said the palace master. Alright, I'll try my best. Li Qingshan did not think much of it. From the soaring dragon sword to the wildflower blade at the end of the road, not a single weapon had chosen him, obediently allowing him to use it. However, in the end he still had to use it however he wanted. I've not worked so hard to cultivate just so weapons can pick and choose. You need to seal your cultivation, said the palace master sternly. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. He smiled playfully. You're making things difficult for me, palace master. Not being able to draw the best sword was a small matter, but if his cultivation was sealed, he would be at the mercy of others once the sword collection palace turned against him. These are the rules. They're not targeting you, said the palace master. Those who could draw their swords on the sword collection peak were all disciples who had just undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Not only did they have the right, but they were also not powerful enough to contend against the sword collection peak. They could only choose their swords based on their luck. However, at Li Qingshan's level of strength, he could ignore his heart and draw his sword with force. Since you've said that, then that's fine. Li Qingshan spread his arms and said calmly, Please seal my cultivation, palace master. The palace master walked over and pressed his fingers together like a sword, immediately tapping all of Li Qingshan's major acupoints. With each tap, a strand of sword chi would flow in, and the dense demon chi would withdraw slightly. When it was forced back into the demon heart, it had already been enveloped by layers of sword chi. It was difficult for Li Qingshan to use all of his human cultivation, but the palace master only needed a single thought to trigger the sword chi and destroy his demon heart. Li Qingshan looked at the master of the sword collection palace before him with a smile. There were some things that could not be sealed. That was his greatest power. He only needed a single thought to suppress the sword chi. Even if he became slightly injured, it would not be a big deal. Chapter 1051. Their eyes met. One's gaze was deep while the other's was clear. Both of them were tall and straight. As they stood facing each other, they were basically equal. There was also an indescribable flow of chi, like the mountain breeze that echoed between the peaks. You can go now, said the palace master. All right. Li Qingshan thought, didn't you want to fight here? After arriving at the main hall, there was an almost straight metal chain that connected to the hidden sword peak in the sky. Li Qingshan glanced upwards and leapt onto the chain, beginning his climb with all his might. Everyone watched as Li Qingshan's figure continued to rise. As he leapt, he was like a tiger climbing a mountain, arriving at the bottom of the hidden sword peak. Li Qingshan glanced down. Everyone was already as tiny as a mustard seed. When he looked up again at such a close distance, the hidden sword peak did not seem much different from any other mountain. Greenery and vines coiled around the rock. However, basically every rock was stabbed with a sword. There were thousands of them, making for a rather spectacular sight. However, the swords were all sealed in a layer of rust, making it impossible to tell the material of the sword. One had to make a choice based on instinct, and if the sword did not choose its owner, it was impossible to pull it out by force. Everyone wanted to know what kind of sword he would pull out. I want the strongest sword. Li Qingshan leapt onto the hidden sword peak without any hesitation. Even if he had already given up on the path of the sword, the stronger the weapon, the better. He could still sacrifice it if he did not use it. He could not help but think of something. If he sacrificed all the swords on the hidden sword peak on the Azura altar of armaments, he wondered what kind of Azura weapon he would obtain. However, he could only think about it for now. The Azura altar of armaments also needed to test the strength of the sacrificer. The end-blossoming blade was already the most powerful weapon he could wield right now. Discarding these stray thoughts, Li Qingshan began searching through the sword collection peak. Although the master of the sword collection palace had sealed up his demon heart, his strength of the ox demon could not be sealed up. He was confident he could draw out any sword on the sword collection peak. What mattered was how he could find the strongest sword. He climbed up and down. He seemed like he was focused on searching for the sword, gripping the rusty hilt from time to time before releasing it again. Actually, he was secretly practicing the spirit turtle's method of C suppression to derive it. On a platform at the foot of Sky-Leaning Peak, a group of outer sect disciples who were only in the Qi refinement realm looked up as well. Their eyes were filled with envy and hope as they discussed among themselves softly. Who is this person? He's so powerful. You're really ignorant, haven't you heard of Li Qingshan? I heard he's not much older than us, yet he's already become a guest elder. He's even the White Hawk commander of the Hawkwolf Guard. Among the discussions, only a young man remained silent. His gaze remained locked onto Li Qingshan the entire time without shifting at all. The outline of his bronze face was distinct. If someone looked closely, they would discover that he bore some resemblance to Li Qingshan. A short, chubby young man beside him smiled. Senior brother Xiaoyao, why were you looking at him so seriously? You're both surnamed Li, don't tell me you're relatives? How can that be? Li Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze and smiled. I do want a relative like that. Sai, I'm the one who really wants a relative like that. It's enough for you to have Senior Uncle Hua's protection. In less than 2 years, you'll probably be able to undergo the heavenly tribulation and pull out a sword on the hidden sword peak. By then you have to protect me. I can't protect you. Li Xiaoyao shook his head with a smile. He knew that this junior brother Tian was renowned for being straightforward, but he did not have any ulterior motives. As for the assistance that Hua Sengzan had provided him, there was no need to deny it. Otherwise, with his talent, it would have been impossible for him to reach the 10th layer at such a young age. Forget it, forget it. I knew you couldn't be relied on. I still have to rely on myself. Oh right, why haven't I seen Senior Uncle Hua recently? He seems to be in secluded cultivation. I heard that Senior Uncle Hua and Elder Li are good friends. Do you think that's true? I'm not sure about that. You'll have to ask Senior Uncle Hua. Li Xiaoyao actually knew that a large part of the reason why Hua Sengzan treated him differently was because of the man on the hidden sword peak, his second uncle. Of course, he did not possess that kind of extraordinary talent after all. After so many years, he had not even undergone a single heavenly tribulation. However, he already felt like it was enough. This was the path of a swordsman that he wanted to walk. Even if he could not reach the apex, he wanted to walk down it step by step. He thought to himself, second uncle, even if you don't acknowledge me, I'll still treat you as my second uncle. Li Qingshan sensed something and glanced down. When he saw Li Xiaoyao, he naturally felt a connection of blood. He could not help but smile. The child from back then had already grown up. By now, he had already eliminated most of the swords on the hidden sword peak. They were all spiritual and arcane artifacts. Only 23 true treasured swords remained. Although they seemed rusty to regular people, no different from other swords at all, his eyes shone brightly. He could not help but sigh inside. The heritage of the Sword Collection Palace sure runs deep. I wonder where they gathered so many treasured swords from. If you include the treasured swords that are currently in use, there'll be several dozen of them. The South Sea Sword Pavilion is also a large sect of sword cultivators, but they basically want to cry when they see the hidden sword peak. However, what came next would be rather difficult. 2 or 3 of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace seemed to have yet to appear, which was his target. However, how was he supposed to find those 2 or 3 renowned swords out of the 23? The hidden sword was not just a collection. It was also a seal. Li Qingshan knew very little about the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, so he had no idea about the names or characteristics of the remaining renowned swords. Under the circumstances where their grades were similar, even the spirit turtle would struggle to find out which sword was the renowned one. He felt rather regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have investigated a little. Making up his mind, he might as well search through them one by one. He seems to have separated the grades of the swords. Ming Fei said to the palace master with a frown. It's fine. That's his ability. The palace master was not particularly worried about the fact that Li Qingshan was about to take away a treasured sword, or even a renowned sword, from the Sword Collection Palace. That's true. Ming Fei sneered. The soaring dragon sword seems to be stuck here. Li Qingshan discovered a hole in a piece of green rock. It happened to match the shape of the soaring dragon sword. When he gazed into the depths of the hole, it was like a black eye staring back at him, but at a closer glance, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Li Qingshan shook his head. Was he imagining things? In the end, he eliminated another 6 or 7 swords. He really could not distinguish the remaining ones, so he just let it go. Whatever. They're all treasured swords anyway. It's not like I'm going to use them, so I'll just randomly pick one. Chapter 1052. It flickered extremely quickly like a spark. If Li Qingshan had not been so focused on finding the sword, he probably would have missed it as well. He was surprised and doubtful. What's going on? Is the palace master purposefully luring me into drawing a weaker treasured sword? He could not be blamed for being so suspicious. Ever since he first set foot on the path of cultivation, the sword collection palace had never been friendly to him. Even now they were still vaguely hostile. However, upon further thought, such petty actions did not seem like the palace master's style. Although it was only a short confrontation, he always had a sharp sense of his enemies. If the palace master doesn't want me to draw the sword, why did he send me? Or does he want to kill me on the sword collection peak, but there doesn't seem to be a need for that? Whatever. It's a treasured sword after all. I'll just take it. Li Qingshan flew up and grabbed the hilt. Originally, he thought he would have to use the strength of the ox demon to draw the sword, but he never thought that he would only need to use a little force to draw the sword as easily as drawing it from its sheath. With a gentle shake, the rust that covered the sword fell off. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, almost transparent. Bright moonlight suddenly twisted and gathered on the blade, seeping into it bit by bit. Only then did the blade gradually fill up. There was a crescent on the hilt as well. Li Qingshan raised the sword and faced the yellow moon in the sky, forming a full moon. Its soul reversal. Ji Xuanri's expression changed. He subconsciously tightened his grip on Soul Destroyer. There was a scorching sun on the hilt. Soul Reversal and Soul Destroyer both belonged to the 10 renowned swords. Although the two swords were not yin and yang like the Green Ruins and Violet Firmament, they still possessed the laws of yin and yang. It was said that they had been forged at the same time. They were a pair of twins and they had a mysterious connection with each other. Don't tell me the renowned swords really do possess a spirit? Li Qingshan was surprised. Even though he had not refined it, he had tested the sword's power. Just the presence of the sword alone was enough to tell that regular treasured swords could not compare to it. It was definitely a renowned sword. His feelings were rather mixed. Originally he wanted to cheat, but in the end the correct answer directly jumped out. He could not help but feel regret, joy and some disbelief. Moreover, he could feel that this famed sword did not resist him at all. He could probably refine it with a little more effort. It's probably because my charm is too great. When this sword sees me, it's like a young girl in love seeing her Mr. Right. It immediately wants to sleep with me. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Li Qingshan grabbed the soul-transforming sword and leaped down from Hidden Sword Peak. Boom! Li Qingshan bent his body slightly and landed in front of the hall, smashing a deep pit on the ground. Li Qingshan straightened up and said to the palace master, "Palace master, you can release me now, right?" "That's impossible. You're not a sword cultivator. How could you have obtained the recognition of the soul-shifting sword? You must have used some trick." An elder angrily rebuked Li Qingshan. Yes, his cultivation was obviously sealed, but he was able to jump down from the Hidden Sword Peak without any injuries. There must be something wrong with this. "Palace master, please capture this man and investigate him in detail." A sword master also expressed his doubts. Even if it was the body-tempering arts of the school of the military, he would probably still be injured when his cultivation was completely sealed up. For a moment the crowd was in a frenzy. They all wanted to take back the soul-transforming sword and chase Li Qingshan off the mountain. They could not be blamed for being so excited. The 10 famed swords held far too great a significance to the sword collection palace. Even the elders and sword masters could not obtain a single one, yet an outsider had suddenly taken them away. It was like their own son had been abducted. They struggled to accept it. Not to mention the fact that this outsider had always shown some respect to the sword collection palace. Even when he faced the palace master, he stood on equal footing. How could they accept this? "Shut up," the palace master said sternly. The heaven-leaning peak immediately fell silent. The palace master said, "Li Qingshan is not an outsider. Instead, he's a guest elder of our sword collection palace. There's nothing wrong with him taking the swords from Hidden Sword Peak by abiding by our rules. Since he chose the soul-transforming sword, it's also the soul-transforming sword that chose him. It's all the will of the heavens." Now that the palace master had spoken, no matter how unwilling the sword masters and elders were, they could only accept this outcome. Li Qingshan listened on silently. He just felt that it was rather unnatural, but he was unable to put his finger on what it was. After much thought, he came to a conclusion, which was that everything had gone a little too smoothly today. He had already grown accustomed to danger, so he was rather unaccustomed to obtaining a famed sword so easily. Moreover, the palace master was far too kind to him. If it was anyone else, then so be it, but the palace master had personally witnessed him transform into a demon. Was he not afraid that his demon chi would contaminate the famed sword? The palace master clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. Congratulations. Now that you've obtained the soul-transforming sword, you'll definitely achieve great things in this era. Thank you for your auspicious words, said Li Qingshan. Then the palace master said, you can slowly comprehend the ultimate path of the sword contained within the sword. However, in order to make better use of the soul-transforming sword, you're free to practice the various sword cultivation techniques of our sword collection palace, including the sword scripture of heaven and earth. Palace master, you mustn't. Li Qing elderly is only a guest elder. The sword scripture of heaven and earth is a secret of our sword collection palace that cannot be passed on to outsiders. According to the rules, it cannot be passed on to a guest elder, the elder who had just rebuked Li Qingshan angrily said immediately. Of course not. However, elderly has already undergone the third heavenly tribulation, so you can be promoted to an honored elder. You'll have the right to read the sword scripture of heaven and earth. There was an upper minister in the king's mansion, and there was also an upper minister in the sect. The full name of the upper minister elder was the Grand Guest Elder. They had a transcendent position in the sect, but the probability of them appearing was much lower. Usually there wouldn't be one in a few hundred years. This was because great cultivators were far too rare. Great talent and tremendous amounts of resources were often indispensable. With talent like that, they would obviously be recruited by the various large sections. There was no need for them to become some guest elder, and the resources that a guest elder could receive would never be as great as a disciple of a sect. As a result, the term honored elder had basically been forgotten by everyone, yet the palace master brought it up again. The elder, who was extremely displeased with Li Qingshan, immediately reddened. Once Li Qingshan became an honored elder, even he would have to bow to him. Just when he was about to stop him, the palace master glanced at him, and all the voices of opposition were immediately silenced. A few of them seemed to be in thought. Elderly, what do you think? The palace master then asked Li Qingshan. He seemed extremely amiable. I'm obviously happy that the palace master is so fond of me. I'll definitely use this sword well. No matter how he looked at it, the palace master was trying to rope him in. However, Li Qingshan just felt that something was off, so he asked, Palace master, you don't have any ill intentions towards me, do you? Definitely not. Before he had even finished speaking, the Xieji's horn in Li Qingshan's bosom suddenly lit up. The light shone through his clothes, appearing extremely eye-catching in the night. Li Qingshan and the palace master looked at each other silently. The atmosphere suddenly became rather awkward. Chapter 1053. Li Qingshan decided to say something to break the awkward atmosphere. He took out the Xieji's horn. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Not a single sword master or elder of the sword collection palace did not recognize the Xieji's horn. They all knew about its ability to distinguish between truth and lies. They could not help but look at the palace master's face, and they all felt rather awkward. No matter how much hostility they felt towards Li Qingshan, having their lies exposed right in front of him was like a slap to their faces. After all, the Sword Collection Palace was still a righteous sect, and the Palace Master was basically equivalent to the pride of the entire Sword Collection Palace. The Palace Master squinted his eyes slightly, and a flash of anger seemed to flash through them. However, he immediately recovered his composure. This Xieji's horn belongs to my Sword Collection Palace. Why is it in your hands? I borrowed it for a while. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched as he held back his laughter. His stomach was already rolling with laughter. Even if the palace master would directly turn against him, he could not care less. Can you return it to me? The palace master asked. Sure. Li Qingshan passed the Xieji's horn to the palace master and could not help but ask, Palace master, does what you said earlier still count? Of course. This item has been around for a long time, so it's no longer as effective as before. You don't have to worry too much about it, said the palace master. It's just a small matter. I obviously won't worry about it. Li Qingshan became even more certain that there was a scheme here, but he was unable to figure out what it was. If they wanted to harm him just now when his cultivation was sealed up, would be the perfect time. Even if he had hidden his strength, it would definitely be extremely dangerous if several great sword cultivators worked together with the formations of the entire sword collection palace. Even he was not confident that he could escape unscathed. Just what was the master of the sword collection palace planning? However, since the palace master did not turn against him, Li Qingshan was more than happy to become an honored elder. He wanted to see just what he was capable of. The next morning, the light on the sword collection peak had already dispersed, and the sun shone down on the various peaks. As a result, the master of the sword collection palace held a simple ceremony on Heaven's Leaning Peak, formally conferring Li Qingshan as an honored elder of the sword collection palace. In the majestic palace, all the sword masters and elders, regardless of whether they were convinced or not, bowed to Li Qingshan together and greeted him, Elder Shang Qing. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and stood high up on the platform. He had a lazy smile on his face and the soul-rotating sword hung by his waist. The sword collection palace master asked, "Does High Elder have anything to say?" Li Qingshan coughed into his fist. "Then I'll say a few words. There's no need to be so polite, fellow cultivators. Since I've become an honored elder of the sword collection palace, I'll definitely do my best to serve the sword collection palace. As long as the palace master gives the order, I'll go through mountains of blades and seas of fire. Of course, there may still be people here who have ill intentions towards me, but I am sincere to you. If you don't believe me, take out the Xieji horn." The sword masters and elders looked at one another. Their eyes were filled with anger. Not only were his words completely insincere at the beginning, but his last sentence had even touched on their sore spot. This kid was as despicable as he could get. From the corner of his eye, Li Qingshan could see that the sword collection palace master's pinky finger on the Heaven's Leaning sword was trembling slightly. If he continued to agitate him, he might just fall out and draw his sword. He could not help but chuckle. "I'm just joking, just joking. Anyway, I hope we can work hard together and make the sword collection palace better and better." After that, the sword collection palace master could not be bothered with any more pleasantries. He directly said to Ji Xuanri, "Xuanri, take Elder Shang Qing to the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth to read the Hidden Sword Manual of Heaven and Earth." Afterwards, he left with a flick of his sleeve. The elders and sword masters dispersed as well. The hall quietened down. Ji Xuanri smiled. "Elderly, it's been so long since we've met, but we still haven't formally met. I'm Ji Xuanri. If you don't mind, you can just call me Xuanri." Although he spoke politely and his bearing was rather peaceful, he could not hide his pride as a prodigy. He was like the sun in the sky, always standing high up as it illuminated the world. All right. Li Qingshan had almost killed the crown prince of the Great Xia not long ago, so why would he care about a crown prince of the Green Province? Then I won't stand on ceremony and call you Qingshan. Speaking of which, our swords are quite related. Really? What's the connection? Li Qingshan asked. "Qingshan, you probably know very little about the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace. This sword of mine is called Soul Destroyer. It was born from the same cauldron as Soul Switcher. You can say they're swords of brothers." Ji Xuanri patted the Soul Destroyer sword on his waist. "Then I'm flattered." Li Qingshan smiled and asked, "You must have many brothers and sisters. You're called Ji Xuanri, so is there another one called Ji Shenyue?" He had already roughly understood that little Anne's original name was Ji Shenyue, while Shenyue was a homonym given by the Dark Queen to commemorate her daughter who had passed away. Ji Xuanri thought for a moment. "Let's talk as we walk." The two of them stepped out of the hall. Ji Xuanri did not fly either. He walked slowly towards Heaven Leaning Peak and said after a moment of thought, "This is a private matter of my family, so it's not suitable for others to know about it. However, the private matters of the King Chu's estate are the official matters of the Green Province. Who knows how many rumors there have been a long time ago. Since you want to hear it, Qingshan, there's nothing to hide. I do have a younger sister called Shenyue, but she passed away when she was young. This is also one of my greatest regrets in my life." Ji Xuanri's expression was rather sorrowful, as if he truly felt great regret. "Really?" Li Qingshan gazed at it closely, but he struggled to tell the truth from the lies. He only regretted the fact that the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine did not have the Xieji transformation, which could allow him to distinguish between truth and falsehood. If he saw someone putting on an act, he would throw a punch at them. "Perhaps you don't quite believe me. Although the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect are rather hostile, we're on very good terms. However, ever since Shenyue passed away, the Dark Queen's mind has become rather abnormal. She believes my mother is the one who caused Xuanyue's death. That's why it's better to just kill her." Li Qingshan sniggered. "That's not true. Right now, the Green Province is beset with problems both internally and externally. The Locust Plague is everywhere internally, while the Mist Province poses a threat externally. It's exactly what we need the two great sects to put aside their differences and work together. If the Dark Queen hadn't provoked us and insisted on killing the disciples of our Sword Collection Palace, we wouldn't have taken the initiative. Actually, even if you hadn't stopped us, I would have spared the Dark Queen's life. Ji Xuanri's words truly possessed the bearing of the future King Chu, placing the entire Green Province in the palm of his hand. Aren't you afraid of your mother getting angry? Li Qingshan asked. This is for the overall situation of the Green Province. I believe my mother will understand. We've arrived at the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth. Ji Xuanri stopped. As he spoke, he had already arrived before a building. The building had been carved out of a mountain, standing over 300 meters tall. It was lofty and grand with the two words Heaven and Earth carved on it. It seemed like it had been carved out with a sword, sharp and majestic. Chapter 1054. I want to refine the soul-switching sword after I practice the sword scripture of heaven and earth, said Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said. With the wildflower blade soul around, he probably would never be able to refine the soul-switching sword. Fair enough. It's not like we're in a hurry. You can properly comprehend the path of the sword. I believe there will be a day when we can fight side by side. Ji Xuanri clasped his hands and left gracefully. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. Various questions ran through his head. As it seemed, Ming Fei and Ji Xuanri really did not seem like the culprits behind Little Anne's death, and Ji Xuanri seemed like he was trying to befriend him. He could not see any ill intentions. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable, and the hearts of people were unpredictable. He could not be certain just like that. He could not help but sigh inside. Why wasn't there the Xieji transformation? Whatever. I'll see just how impressive the supreme technique of the Sword Collection Palace is first. Even if I don't practice the path of the sword, I can still teach it to Little Anne and the soul-switching sword. With that in mind, Li Qingshan strode into the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth. The cries of ghosts still echoed through his ears. Fu Qingjin roused from the deep darkness. He felt like his head was splitting. Every inch of his body seemed to groan. He reached beside him almost instinctively, and a cold, smooth sensation filled his hand. He eased up. The green ruined sword was still there. Senior brother, you're awake, Yu Zijian said in surprise and joy. Zijian, as long as you're fine. Fu Qingjin saw Yu Zijian and forced out a smile with difficulty, but it came from the bottom of his heart. Senior brother, your cultivation. The rims of Yu Zijian's eyes reddened. Fu Qingjin closed his eyes and inspected himself. Only then did he discover that his cultivation had basically been destroyed. Even his soul was heavily injured. It was even possible that he could never recover. If a regular cultivator encountered something like this, they would probably go mad. It's fine. I can slowly train my cultivation back. As long as I'm still alive, there's still a chance. Alright, who saved me? Fu Qingjin opened his eyes and only smiled bitterly. When the green ruined sword broke, the mental blow he suffered was far greater than right now, but he still managed to endure it. Since everything would return to dust, then his cultivation was not worth paying special attention to. Yu Zijian explained what had happened and became apologetic. Li Qingshan had the ability to save Fu Qingjin. Although she understood the grudge between the two men and couldn't blame Li Qingshan for his choice, she still felt sorry for Fu Qingjin. I see. A lot of things happened last night. I really have to thank you, Elder Shangqing, said Fu Qingjin. You don't blame him? Yu Zijian asked in surprise. Didn't he save you? At the very least he saved my life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until Palace Master and the others came to rescue me. As Fu Qingjin said that, he stroked the green ruined sword gently and sensed the weakening of its soul. He sighed slightly inside. It was not just him who had been struck by the shockwaves from the myriad ghost banner at such a close distance. Even the green ruined sword had been damaged. His expression changed as he suddenly felt something strange. Senior brother, what's wrong? Yu Zijian asked sharply. Nothing. Fu Qingjin shook his head. He sent his soul sense into the green ruined sword, but he gradually frowned. Suddenly, warm sunlight flooded into the room. Ji Xuanri walked in. He seemed like he was basking in the morning sunlight, which gave people a sense of closeness. He said gently, Qingjin, are you feeling better? First senior brother, you've come. Yu Zijian stood up. She was extremely respectful towards this first senior brother of hers. Senior brother Xuanri, I'm slightly unwell. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Fu Qingjin lay on the bed and clasped his hands with a smile. I don't have to worry now that you're behaving like this. The sword can break but not the heart. Don't worry. Even if I have to give up everything, I'll help you recover your cultivation. Take these pills for now. Ji Xuanri patted Fu Qingjin's shoulder and took out many bottles. They were all the best pills and medicines in the world, not just from the Sword Collection Palace but also from Ji Xuanri's personal savings. Thank you, first senior brother. Yu Zijin felt her heart warm up. To her, this kind of love was exactly the charm of the Sword Collection Palace, and the first senior brother before her had played a huge part in it. Swords were emotionless but people had feelings. Fu Qingjin nodded, but he was unable to open his Sumeru ring. Yu Zijin stowed the pills away for him in a hurry. Fu Qingjin suddenly said, "Senior brother, I want to go out for a walk." Right now? Ji Xuanri was surprised. My body is like a ruin. I can use this opportunity to comprehend the Green Ruin sword intent. My cultivation has advanced drastically since I was injured last time. No, it's too dangerous, said Ji Xuanri. It's fine. With Zijin protecting me, the Dark Queen probably won't come again. How can this path of the Sword of Slaughter not be dangerous at all? Fu Qingjin was extremely feeble, but his gaze was extremely determined. All right then. After a moment of thought, Ji Xuanri still ended up agreeing to it. He left behind another stack of talismans. But let's talk about it after you've recovered. I won't disturb your recovery. When Ji Xuanri stepped out, his eyes narrowed slightly. He turned around and gave Fu Qingjin and Yu Zijin another gentle smile before flying off on his sword. Fu Qingjin watched Ji Xuanri's figure vanish. Beside him, Yu Zijin sighed in praise. First senior brother really is a good person. Yeah. Fu Qingjin nodded. Before tonight, that was what he believed as well. To his junior brothers and sisters, Ji Xuanri was like an elder brother. However, he began to hesitate now. Was everything really like how it seemed on the surface? Senior brother, when do we set off? Yu Zijin asked. Right now, said Fu Qingjin. So soon. Yu Zijin was surprised. Don't miss out on a good time. Can Zijin protect me? Fu Qingjin smiled. Yes. Yu Zijin's eyes shone brightly. Fu Qingjin looked at the woman before him with a smile. She had grown stronger and stronger, and her thoughts had matured and sharpened. However, there seemed to be some things that had not changed at all. He glanced at the violet cloud sword on her back and thought to himself, I will protect you too, even if it costs me my life. Let's go. Yu Zijin took out a delicate, white paper boat. With a gentle toss, the paper boat became the size of a regular boat, hovering in the air. Yu Zijin carefully carried Fu Qingjin onto the boat. This must be the engineering techniques of the School of Moism. Where did you get them from? Fu Qingjin asked curiously. A friend from the Clear River Prefecture gave it to me. Must be fun, right? Lie down, senior brother. I'm going to set sail. Yu Zijin sat on the front of the boat. The boat drifted down from the top of the mountain, pushed away by the mountain wind. On the Heaven's Reliance Peak, Ji Xuanri watched this from above. He waved his hand with a smile. Only when the boat left the Sword Collection Palace did his smile gradually vanish. He said without even looking back, Mother, Qingjin seems to have sensed something. If they've sensed something, then so be it. They can't change the overall situation. Ming Fei leaned against a pillar and stood in the shadows. If it weren't for Li Qingshan, would you really spare that bitch? Chapter 1055. The moment Li Qingshan stepped into the Heaven and Earth Palace, the scene in front of him twisted and changed. What he saw was not a majestic palace but a whole world. Under the blue sky and white clouds, above the thick earth and mountains, there were birds and beasts, flowers and birds, fish and insects, everything was prepared. Li Qingshan stood in front of a clear stream. The gentle breeze rustled the verdant grass and the stream gurgled. Under the illumination of the sunlight, it shimmered with clear light. A few red carps swam about in it, making it seem full of life. Li Qingshan's heart moved. He squatted down and broke off a blade of grass. The moment the grass was broken, the grass suddenly turned into an extremely thin sword light, shooting toward Li Qingshan's brow. It was like a sword chi released by a peerless swordsman. Interesting. Li Qingshan smiled. He blew at it and the streak of light deflected. However, his action of uprooting the grass seemed to affect the entire world. The grass grew madly, turning into endless sword chi that surged towards Li Qingshan. It was filled with endless, profound sword intent. Li Qingshan leaped lightly into the air. The red carps in the stream suddenly jumped out of the water, turning into a red sword light, swimming toward him. It was full of agility and change, and it was a new sword will. Li Qingshan waved his sleeves to deflect the sword chi. In an instant, the stream, grass, trees, flowers, birds, fish, and insects all came to life, turning into a myriad of purple and red sword chi, containing a myriad of sword wills. Even the drizzle falling from the sky and the breeze in the air also turned into sword chi. Some were continuous, some were agile, some were heavy, and some were heavy. There were no words to describe them all. It was as if he had entered a world of swords. Everything in the world could be a sword, and they all contained profound sword wills. Do you want to fight me here? Li Qingshan's demonic chi surged, forcing away the layers of sword chi. Damn it, what is this place? Frenzied Flower Saber Soul let out an angry roar. I want to know too. Be quiet, we might need you later. Li Qingshan relaxed his shoulders. Clearly this was not just a place to learn swordsmanship. Perhaps this was a trap that the palace master had laid down for him, a manifestation of the malice. However, he did not sense any life-threatening danger so far. Wanting to kill him with this level of ambush was just a pipe dream. Then, he saw that even the drifting white clouds in the sky and the continuous mountain range in the distance were transforming into boundless sword chi. One was faintly discernible, while the other was vigorous and heavy. Interesting, the war demon has appeared. Li Qingshan roared. Demonic chi soared into the sky, surging and condensing into a malevolent war demon. With a wave of his right arm, a huge blade appeared in his hand, and he began to brandish it. The surging saber chi tore apart the sword chi that filled the sky. It cut through the mountains, cut through the clouds, and caused the weather to change. You use a saber. A surprised voice came from the sky. Are you not cultivating in the Tao of the sword? A voice immediately echoed from beneath the ground. The two voices were both old, but one was clear while the other was heavy. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. As the two voices rang out, the constantly evolving sword chi in the surroundings turned back into mountains, rivers, white clouds, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. The world returned to its original state. Even the grass that Li Qingshan had snapped regrew, swaying gently. You must be the heaven and earth elders of the Sword Collection Palace. Although Li Qingshan did not know much about the Sword Collection Palace, he did have some understanding of the peak cultivators of the sword. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga had the 4 guardian kings, while the Sword Collection Palace had the 3 great sword cultivators. Apart from the palace master, there were the heaven and earth elders. The heaven and earth elders did not seem to have any killing intent. Was this not a trap the palace master had laid down? Kid, since you know our names, why don't you tell us your names? Elder Earth said. I'm Li Qingshan, a newly promoted honored elder of the Sword Collection Palace. Li Qingshan clasped his hands before lowering them again. Speaking of which, don't tell me you really don't know? He refused to believe the palace master had not told them. So what if we know? So what if we don't know? Elder Earth said. So what? What is this place? Li Qingshan asked. The Pavilion of Heaven and Earth, Elder Earth said. The Heaven and Earth Sword Realm, Elder Earth said. Then may I ask, where can I see the sword scripture of heaven and earth? Li Qingshan asked. Everything you see is the sword scripture of heaven and earth. However, how many sword forms you can comprehend will depend on your ability to comprehend, Elder Earth said. Since you use a blade, it'll be pointless even if you come here, Elder Earth said. Then I better leave, Li Qingshan said. Hold on. Since you've come, you might as well comprehend it. Since you're able to draw the soul-transforming sword, it means you have a fate with swords. The path of the sword is so extensive and profound that it's not something that blade techniques can compare to. Li Qingshan thought, if I tell the wildflower sword soul that, he'll probably jump out and kill you 2 old pretentious fakers immediately. Compared to some nonsense like he had a fate with swords, he trusted his own feelings more. However, to his surprise, the 2 elders of heaven and earth were actually very eager for an outsider like him to comprehend the supreme secret technique of the Sword Collection Palace. Li Qingshan thought, what the hell is the palace master trying to do? It seems like he's clearly trying to rope me in through various means, but where is his malice? The sword scripture of heaven and earth really is quite wondrous. It's worth comprehending. It'll definitely be of great help to little Anne's path of the sword. As a result, he said, since you're so sincere, I'll comprehend it. The 2 elders of heaven and earth were momentarily speechless. They were rendered speechless by his shameless words. Oh right, may I ask how many sword forms there are in the sword scripture of heaven and earth? Li Qingshan asked. I don't know. No one has managed to comprehend all of the sword forms, said Elder Heaven. There's no need for you to be greedy. As long as you can comprehend half of the sword forms, you'll be able to rule the world with your sword, said Elder Earth. Then may I ask how many sword forms the two of you have comprehended? Li Qingshan then asked. 2,142 forms, the two elders of heaven and earth said rather proudly. They spent most of their time in secluded cultivation in the heaven and earth hall, so they knew better than anyone just how profound the sword scripture of heaven and earth was. The fact that it was so difficult to comprehend and derive it to the limit was the most attractive aspect of the sword scripture of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan suddenly laughed aloud. Kid, what are you laughing at? Elder Earth asked. I'm laughing at the lack of talent in the sword collection palace. Li Qingshan shook his head. How dare you? How dare you? The two elders of heaven and earth were furious. Otherwise, why can't you even learn a single sword form? Li Qingshan would not let go of any opportunity to mock the pretentious prick. Arrogant and ignorant swordsman, how would you know how profound the sword scripture of heaven and earth is? There's no point in talking anymore. We'd like to see how many sword forms you can comprehend. Chapter 1056. Li Qingshan closed his eyes slowly and his mind calmed down. There were no longer any ripples. In terms of comprehension, he had never believed he was particularly powerful. When he first saw the cursive sword calligraphy, he was completely unable to understand it. Instead, it was little N who had comprehended a sword style and passed it on to him. However, through his observations just now, he discovered that comprehending the sword scripture of heaven and earth did not actually require comprehension but deduction. The two often seemed similar, but they were actually fundamentally different. Comprehension was a flash of inspiration when an apple fell on your head, while deduction was a large number of calculations, eliminations, and experiments. Although the final objective was to obtain a correct answer, the abilities they required were actually different. The Banyan Tree King had comprehended the laws of the world through the Mist Province Cauldron because of his tremendous branching to derive them, not some sort of comprehension. No one could comprehend all the sword forms in the Sword of Heaven and Earth, but it was not because the Sword Collection Palace was lacking in people. In the past 10,000 years, there had been so many astounding figures, so how could there not be someone with extraordinary comprehension? Little Anne's comprehension could be described as supreme, but it had not reached an unprecedented level. Instead, it was because the complexity of the sword scripture of heaven and earth had surpassed the limits of what a single person could derive. When it came to deduction, Li Qingshan was filled with confidence. This was exactly what the spirit turtle was best at. He silently practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, and his mind reflected the entire sword of heaven and earth. Afterwards he began to derive it. Li Qingshan raised his hand, and a strand of gentle wind was grasped in his palm. Sword Scripture of Heaven and Earth, First Form. The sword of heaven and earth that had just settled down began to surge again, but this time, it was with Li Qingshan at the center. Li Qingshan raised his arm gently, and a gentle wind stirred in his palm. It was gentle at times, swift at other times, constantly changing. The second form, the third form, the fourth form. Li Qingshan began to dance around, and the entire sword of heaven and earth danced with him. The grass grew, the stream gurgled, the carp swam, and the pebbles were silent. Every posture and every scenery possessed a sword form. In a short while, Li Qingshan had deduced 538 styles. The heaven and earth elders were dumbfounded. They had spent more than a year to understand so many sword forms, but an heretic who was not even a sword cultivator had deduced them in an instant. It was beyond their imagination. Elder Tian said, "Junior brother, you don't have to be too surprised. His cultivation is already at the third heavenly tribulation, which is a realm higher than ours at that time. His divine sense is many times faster, so it's only natural that he'll be able to comprehend these simple sword forms very quickly. This is just the beginning." Senior brother is right. The more sword forms there are in the Book of Heaven and Earth scripture, the more profound and obscure it will be. Soon he will know how powerful it is. As expected, when he deduced the 767th move, Li Qingshan's movements gradually slowed down, but they were still as smooth as flowing water. He pushed the spirit turtle's powers of divination to the limit. Compared to the unpredictable heavenly secrets and fate, the sword scripture of heaven and earth hidden in the realm of heaven and earth was not particularly complicated. Elder D asked in surprise, "Where did he come from? How can he comprehend it so quickly? Even great cultivators can't comprehend it so quickly." Elder Tian asked in doubt, "Is he really a natural-born prodigy of the sword?" Elder D answered with a question, "Then what do we count as?" Elder Tian was unable to answer either. All those who could become great sword cultivators were prodigies of the sword. They were the best of the best. Let's keep watching. He'll reach a great bottleneck very soon. The sword forms he's comprehending right now are only the most basic. When Li Qingshan reached the 1001st form, he suddenly paused as he had already comprehended all the most basic elements in the realm of heaven and earth scripture, from a blade of grass or a droplet of dew to a cloud or a mountain range. Li Qingshan, I admit that you are indeed a person of my path of the sword. To be able to comprehend over 1,000 sword forms in such a short amount of time, it's enough for you to enter the history of the Sword Collection Palace, Elder Tian said in amazement. There was even a sense of relief in his voice. Alright, let's stop here for today. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You'll need at least a decade to completely grasp these 1,000 sword forms. It'll be enough for you to use for the rest of your life, said Elder D. Can you shut up? Don't disturb other people when they're cultivating. You're already so old, yet you don't even have this bit of common sense? Li Qingshan barked rudely. Elder Tian and Elder Tian were both furious. The world changed color because of them. Just how many years had it been since someone dared to talk to them like that? You really don't know what's good for you? Then continue comprehending. If you can't comprehend 1951 forms, don't even think about leaving the realm of heaven and earth scripture, Elder D said furiously. Don't compare me to you? Li Qingshan thought about it for a while before suddenly thinking of something. I've got it. Li Qingshan began to move again. He formed a sword with his fingers and pointed them at the sky. Rumble. A bolt of lightning pierced through the sky. The clouds surged and piled up. A slanting drizzle fell and merged into the stream. The stream seeped into the soil, causing plants to sprout and flourish. The bugs hidden in the soil crawled up the leaves and made their own sounds. It was just now when Elder Tian and Elder Tian tested him that he was enlightened. Just gathering all the basic elements could not be called a world. These elements had to interact with each other to produce more changes. Therefore, he disrupted, reorganized, and evolved. After introducing these changes, the difficulty of derivation multiplied. However, although Li Qingshan's movements were slow, he did not stop. The spirit turtle was as calm as it could be. It was also as patient as it could be. It continued to deduce each move. Elder Tian and Elder Tian were already speechless. They could not help but shout in their hearts, slow down, slow down. However, Li Qingshan did not care about their feelings. Not long after, he surpassed the 1951 forms that Elder D had mentioned. After a few more days, he surpassed Elder Tian's 2142 forms. The heaven and earth sword realm began to show changes that Elder Tian and Elder Tian had never seen before. The sun rose and set. The moon and stars moved. Frost covered the ground. Winter snow fell. Other than the basic cycle of life and death, Li Qingshan introduced the 4 seasons and the 4 seasons. Elder Tian and Elder Tian had no other thoughts. They stared blankly at this scene. What happened next was like a dream. One moment, it was the lonely desert. The next moment, it was the raging sea. Li Qingshan was like a god. He stood at the center of the world and manipulated everything in the world. Whether it was the coldness of the glaciers or the fierceness of the erupting volcanoes, they all contained mysterious sword forms. After who knew how long, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. The sword realm of heaven and earth had suddenly shattered. He was currently standing in a dark, deep, lofty hall. 2 sword-wielding old men sat nearby, staring at him blankly. Their mouths were agape, completely unaware of what had just happened. Li Qingshan stepped out of the pavilion. He only said 3 words that echoed in the heaven and earth pavilion. Chapter 1057. Outside the pavilion of heaven and earth, who knew how many days had passed, but the sun remained bright and beautiful. Everything in the heaven and earth sword realm was like a dream. Li Qingshan glanced at his hands. The feeling of controlling everything was truly intoxicating. It was no wonder that the heaven and earth elders refused to leave. The 3,000 sword forms were reflected in his mind. The profoundness of their changes and the wonders of their derivation broadened his horizons. The level of mastery was no less than the inherited blade style from the last ending frenzied blade. This was probably the most powerful sword style in the world of the 9 provinces. Once he used it, he could look down on the entire world. Of course, who knew how much time it would take for him to truly master it, but it would definitely be much easier than the heaven and earth elders. This was because he had grasped a complete sword manual. There was a fundamental difference between him and those who tried to comprehend it blindly. Though, just who left behind the sword manual of heaven and earth? Li Qingshan had a vague guess. When he derived the 3,000 sword forms, he sensed that they were similar to the sword intent within the three absolutes calligraphy. Although they were completely different forms of expression, they achieved the same result through different means. As a result, he derived the sword style he had learned from the three absolutes calligraphy. Sure enough, they resonated with each other, which was why he was able to completely derive the 3,000 sword forms in such a short amount of time. The five absolutes immortal truly had left a deep mark on the Green Province. Li Qingshan glanced back. Could it be? Congratulations on comprehending the supreme way of the sword in the sword manual of heaven and earth. The palace master's gaze was rather mixed. As the palace master, he had only comprehended 1,751 forms. Behind him, Ming Fei and Ji Xuanri's expressions changed constantly. They were both surprised and annoyed as well as in some disbelief. It doesn't seem too difficult. Have the three of you been waiting for me here? Li Qingshan was very confused. No matter what the palace master was scheming, even the North Moon could die if the five great sword cultivators worked together with a protective sword formation. Meanwhile, the strength he had displayed had always been that of a demon king. Was there a need to keep giving him benefits? Given the huge difference in strength, just what was the point of scheming? Or did they want more? Qingshan, I have a presumptuous request. Can you record down these 3,000 sword forms and pass them down? Ji Xuanri said with anticipation. The Sword Collection Palace Master and Ming Fei were tempted as well. This was the biggest difference between understanding the entire sword style and only a portion of the sword style. The latter could not be taught, because the evolution in the heaven and earth sword realm was too complicated. Apart from the most basic sword moves. Once they entered the stage of blending and evolution, every sword shio would have their own experiences. No path was exactly the same. At most, they could only verify each other. Only by ascending to the pinnacle, taking everything into one's eyes and understanding all of the changes, would one be able to impart it to others. Even if it was just a single move, it wouldn't be enough. That's not a problem at all. After all, I'm an upper-class elder of the Sword Collection Palace. If it weren't for Palace Master's generosity, I wouldn't have been able to learn this heaven and earth hidden sword manual, Li Qingshan said very generously. The master of the Sword Collection Palace's eyes lit up, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Not only could the complete sword manual of heaven and earth advance his cultivation drastically, but it could also cause the strength of the entire Sword Collection Palace to undergo a qualitative change. Then I'll be troubling you, Qingshan, said Ji Xuanri. Li Qingshan changed the topic. However, I'm not a sword cultivator after all. So far, I've only roughly derived the heaven and earth hidden sword manual. I'll only be able to summarize the mysteries of the sword style after mastering it. And if I want to write down a sword style on paper, probably even 10,000 pieces of paper won't be enough, let alone something that can be completed in a single day. If I make any mistakes in my haste, I'll be in deep trouble. Li Qingshan brushed him off seriously. Only an idiot would pass on a supreme sword style even though he clearly knew that the master of the Sword Collection Palace was hostile towards him. He could use this to keep them in suspense so that the Sword Collection Palace would have to reconsider no matter what scheme they were up to. The master of the Sword Collection Palace frowned. He could tell that Li Qingshan was trying to evade him, which made him very displeased. However, Li Qingshan's reason was upright and righteous. He could not find any problems with it, and since he was counting on him to pass on the heaven and earth hidden sword manual, he could not push him too hard. Then take your time to comprehend it. I'll assist you in accomplishing it sooner. By then, you can become a true great elder of our Sword Collection Palace. I'm a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, said Li Qingshan. A great elder's status in the Sword Collection Palace was no less than the master of the Sword Collection Palace, or even a little higher. They could decide the direction the entire sect took, so their authority was much greater than that of a high official elder. Yet, the master of the Sword Collection Palace was actually willing to let an outsider like him hold the position. I'm just a secular disciple. I believe our Sword Collection Palace is more tolerant than the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the master of the Sword Collection Palace said meaningfully. Alright, I believe that day will come. Li Qingshan smiled and sighed. The 3,000 swords sure was charming. It was rather dim in the tall, lofty pavilion. Dust drifted through the air. Li Qingshan made his way through the rows of tall, heavy bookshelves, quickly flipping through the books before closing them again. He picked up jade slips one by one before placing them down again. The hidden sword pavilion. This was where most disciples of the Sword Collection Palace practiced the path of the sword. It was the foundation of the Sword Collection Palace. Only sword masters and elders who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation had the right to enter the pavilion of heaven and earth. Many disciples of the Sword Collection Palace would never be able to set foot in there in their entire lives. After deriving the 3,000 swords forms, Li Qingshan was truly tempted to pick up the path of the sword again. The sword scripture of heaven and earth was just too powerful, but the wildflower blade spirit refused to let him refine the soul-switching sword no matter what. All Li Qingshan could do was give up. After all, while the soul-switching sword was a renowned sword, it still could not compare to the terminal wildflower blade. The latter could be regarded as a renowned blade in the Azura realm. But no matter what, the sword scripture of heaven and earth was still worth comprehending, even if it was just for passing it on to little Anne. However, the Hidden Sword Pavilion possessed the most complete system of sword cultivation. With his ability to deduce it, it would not take him too much time. Li Qingshan made his way around another row of bookshelves and suddenly saw a familiar figure standing against the light at the end of the corridor. It was a handsome man smiling at him. "Qingzan," Li Qingshan said. "Qingshan, long time no see. Or perhaps I should call you Elder Shanqing." Hua Sengzan walked over with a sword on his back, which added some elegance to his bearing. "You've undergone the second heavenly tribulation as well. You really are the greatest genius of the Clear River Prefecture after all." Li Qingshan patted his shoulder with a smile. "Stop teasing me. What kind of genius am I compared to you? It's all thanks to the sword on my back that I possess my current cultivation. It might not be on par with your soul-switching sword, but it's still a rare treasured sword," Hua Sengzan explained, but he never mentioned the sword's name. Suddenly he asked, "Oh right, you still haven't refined the soul-switching sword, right?" Chapter 1058. Not yet. I want to refine the soul-switching sword after I achieve a minor accomplishment in the way of the sword. What, is there a problem? Li Qingshan grabbed the hilt of the soul-switching sword. The ice-cold feeling seeped into his palm, which was extremely comfortable. He was almost convinced that he might actually be fated with the soul-switching sword. Hua Sengzan said, "It's fine. This works too. With your strength, it doesn't matter if you have this sword or not anyway." "Junior Hua, you're here too." Ji Xuanri's voice suddenly rang out. He stepped into the gloomy Hidden Sword Pavilion with a warm smile on his face. "First senior brother." Hua Sengzan lowered his head and bowed. His hand trembled slightly in his sleeve. "You can be considered old friends now. If it weren't for something, I'd definitely treat you to a drink." Ji Xuanri nodded towards Hua Sengzan and said to Li Qingshan, "Qingshan, do you know?" "Know what?" Li Qingshan asked. "I just received news that the One-Will Master has already been conferred the position of Monk King. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga is holding a grand ceremony on Great Buddha Mountain, inviting cultivators from all over the Green Province. I've been invited as well." Ji Xuanri walked over and glanced at Hua Sengzan seemingly unintentionally. Hua Sengzan's trembling hand instead calmed down. "So fast?" Li Qingshan was surprised. He understood that this was probably not just to celebrate for little Anne, or they would never have been in such a hurry. They were probably using this as an excuse to discuss how to deal with the soaring Locust King, just in case they alerted the enemy. "You've spent quite a lot of time in the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth, so it looks like you already knew. I remember you're partners with the One-Will Monk King, right? Even I can't help but admire your cultivation speed." Ji Xuanri smiled. "You're too kind. When do you plan on setting off?" Li Qingshan asked. "Probably today. Do you want to come with me?" Ji Xuanri asked. "Nah, you can go first. I want to stay here for a while longer. The Hidden Sword Pavilion is extensive and profound. Also, I want to catch up with Qingzan." Li Qingshan looked at Hua Sengzan beside him. "Alright, then you can read the sword technique here first. Alright, junior brother Hua, make a trip to Heavenline Peak. The palace master has some instructions for the sword masters and elders of the various peaks before he leaves," Ji Xuanri said. "Yes, senior." Hua Sengzan accepted the order and walked out of the pavilion. At the moment when he was about to step out of Hidden Sword Court, she turned around and smiled. "Qingshan, don't forge a sword." The sunlight shone on his face at an angle. It was half dark and half bright, outlining the outline of his handsome face. It was full of ease and joy. Ji Xuanri's pupils shrank. The warm smile froze on his face. "What?" Li Qingshan asked. "I don't think you're suited for the sword Dao. Why don't you try using a blade instead?" Hua Sengzan said. "Let's go get a drink together." Li Qingshan walked up and placed his hand on Hua Sengzan's shoulder. Let's wait for tonight. It's been so many years. I want to have a good chat with you too. Hua Sengzan waved his hand with a smile and stepped out into the bright sunlight. Just when Li Qingshan was about to chase after him, Ji Xuanri blocked his way and shook his head with a smile. Junior brother Hua is smarter than most people. It's just that you like to act on your own sometimes. Really? Or is there something wrong with this soul-switching sword? With a clang, Li Qingshan drew the soul-switching sword and pointed it at Ji Xuanri's throat. I heard that Li Qingshan is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Our hidden sword palace has been very kind to you. Not only did we make you an upper-class elder, but we even allowed you to comprehend the hidden sword of heaven and earth. Is this how you repay us? Ji Xuanri questioned. I distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Li Qingshan sneered, that's right. I distinguish between gratitude and grudges. If someone shows me a drop of kindness, I'll obviously return the favor. I can be a good upper-class elder of the Hidden Sword Palace, and I can help you write the hidden sword of heaven and earth. Even refining this soul-switching sword won't be a problem. However, no matter what you're scheming, I'd advise you to stop while it's still early. I'm not the enemy you want. You should believe that I want a friend, not an enemy. As for whether you're willing to write the sword manual or refine the soul-switching sword, it's all up to you. I won't force you. Ji Xuanri gently brushed away the blade. Li Qingshan sheathed his sword. This was the Sword Collection Palace. He could engage in a great battle without any qualms, but he had to consider Hua Sengzan's safety. Hua Sengzan had clearly taken an extremely great risk to warn him. Once they fell out, there would be no turning back. Ji Xuanri bowed gracefully and excused himself. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts for a while. He gripped the soul-switching sword and drew out another blade. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, glistening with moonlight. Is this sword where the Sword Collection Palace's scheme lies? Whatever, no matter what, I have to ensure Hua Sengzan's safety first. Li Qingshan thought. Just when he was about to leave the Hidden Sword Pavilion and catch up to Hua Sengzan, there was a flash of light before him, which converged into a wall. Streaks of light shot out from the various peaks, gathering on the hidden sword peak in the sky. A streak of light shot down from the peak, enveloping the Hidden Sword Pavilion and sealing Li Qingshan within. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. You don't know what's good for you. A while later, there was a great rumble, and the streak of light from the Hidden Sword Peak twisted and shattered. The Hidden Sword Pavilion that had stood for several millennia was reduced to countless splinters that scattered in all directions. Li Qingshan stood in the ruins with his ends blossoming blade before him. He looked around, but there was no ambush like he had imagined. The surroundings were peaceful. Only the thousands of pages drifted through the air like snow. He raised his head and glanced at the Hidden Sword Peak. Clearly, the protective sword formation had not unleashed its full power. What is the Sword Collection Palace trying to do? Is it just to trap me here for a while? Li Qingshan expanded his soul sense and scanned the surroundings, but he failed to find Hua Sengzan's presence. Below Heaven's leaning peak, light flickered as sword qi crisscrossed. Li Xiaoyao was currently focused, circulating his true qi to power the sword in his hand as he practiced the sword seriously with his seniors and juniors. There was a great rumble and everyone stopped what they were doing. They looked in the direction of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Li Xiaoyao shifted his gaze, but he continued practicing. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared before him. Where's Hua Sengzan's dwelling? Li Xiaoyao was taken aback. He never thought Li Qingshan would appear before him again and take the initiative to speak to him. Everyone bowed with their swords in a hurry. Elder Shangqing. Elder Shangqing, Elder Hua has gone out with the palace master and the others, Li Xiaoyao said politely. Are there any other elders or sword masters with them? Li Qingshan's heart sank and he asked further. I don't think so. God damn it. Li Qingshan cursed. Against the soaring locust king, only great cultivators could interfere. Even if it was a regular ceremony, there was no reason to only bring Hua Sengzan. Elder Shangqing, is there something wrong? Li Xiaoyao could not help but ask. In the past few years, Hua Sengzan had taken great care of him, so he obviously cared. Which peak is Yu Zijian on? However, Li Qingshan learnt that Yu Zijian had taken Fu Qingjin on a journey, and his frown deepened. Fu Qingjin was so heavily injured, so why was he not resting properly in the Sword Collection Palace? What was he traveling for? A shadow loomed over him. Li Qingshan made up his mind. Whatever. I'll go to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and see what they're up to. Chapter 1059. Li Qingshan looked around, only to see the bewildered Li Xiaoyao. Although he had already made up his mind to end his grievances, he could not sever the feeling of being connected by blood. When he thought about how the name Xiaoyao originated from his bad taste, he said, "You're coming with me." "Me? Where are you going?" Li Xiaoyao pointed at his own nose. "What are you asking so many questions for? I can see that you have some talent, so I'm going to take you out for training." Li Qingshan grabbed Li Xiaoyao's shoulder and took off. The guardian sword formation no longer stopped him, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The disciples of the Sword Collection Palace stared at him blankly. They still had no idea what had happened. The short, plump young man sighed. "Sai Xiaoyao sure has hit the jackpot. He's actually caught the eye of an elder. Sai, why don't I have that kind of luck?" "Elder Shangqing, where are we going to train?" This was the first time Li Xiaoyao had been so high in the sky. He saw the scenery on the ground change rapidly. Apart from his instinctive fear, he also felt an irrepressible excitement. "We're here." Li Qingshan turned around and descended rapidly. Li Xiaoyao first felt the world spin around him before the entire ground slammed into him. He could not help but pale in fright as his heart seemed like it was about to leap out of his throat. With a thump, Li Qingshan landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Xiaoyao collapsed on the ground, still feeling like the world was spinning around him. He recovered after quite some difficulty and looked around, only to discover that he was only at the foot of a barren mountain. It did not even seem as dangerous as the Sword Collection Palace's mountain peak. "Elder Shangqing, where are we?" "Don't call me elder," Li Qingshan barked. He was completely sick of this form of address right now. "That's senior." Li Xiaoyao shuddered inside. His legs became rather weak. It was even more terrifying than flying through the sky. "What are you afraid of? Am I going to eat you?" Li Qingshan said in displeasure, but he had forgotten that he was currently furious. The ruthlessness of a demon king or demon king could really scare people to death if he accidentally leaked it. If Li Xiaoyao didn't believe that this second uncle wouldn't hurt him, he would have turned around and fled. He clenched his teeth. His voice trembled as he said, "No. No." Li Qingshan sighed in his heart. "You know who I am to you. Keeping a distance from me isn't a bad thing for you. You will naturally understand in the future. Anyway, the Sword Collection Palace was not a good place. Don't go back." Li Xiaoyao cried out. He had always wanted to be a swordsman, so he had only managed to enter the Sword Collection Palace after much difficulty. After decades of perseverance, he was about to reach the hidden sword peak and pull out the sword, but he was told not to go back. It was as if he was about to lose his life. Before he could say anything to defend himself, a large hand pressed down like a dark cloud, grabbing his head. "Count yourself lucky. Originally, even if you had another 1,000 years, you still might not be able to see or touch this heaven and earth contained sword manual. Now that I've passed it to you, how much you can comprehend will depend on your own ability." The various changes of the heaven and earth contained sword manual were reflected in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness, directly imprinting them into Li Xiaoyao's mind. Li Xiaoyao's body twitched as if he had been electrocuted. An unimaginably intense pain spread through his entire body, as if an entire world had been forcefully shoved into him. His body and soul had expanded by hundreds or thousands of times, and his head felt like it was about to explode. He wanted to faint, but he was terrifyingly clear-headed. He could feel every tiny bit of pain. In reality, if it were not for Li Qingshan's suppression with the spirit turtle, he really would have exploded and died. As for whether Li Xiaoyao would directly lose his mind or not, that was not within Li Qingshan's consideration. Such a great fortuitous encounter had fallen into his lap out of nowhere. If he could not even endure this bit of suffering, then he could go die. "It hurts. Let me die." Li Xiaoyao wailed inside. He really did want to die. Suddenly, he felt a gentle breeze brush past his face, like a person about to die of thirst in the desert who had encountered a drop of dew. Even if it was not enough to save his life, it was enough to comfort him greatly. He tried to concentrate his mind on it, and in a daze he saw the flow of sword qi. His mind shuddered. Even though he had no talent or ability to comprehend, this was the sword he loved the most. It was like a rainbow refracted from a drop of dew. It contained endless, profound changes which gradually drew his mind over, allowing him to endure the pain. The first form of the sword manual of heaven and earth. He used the 3,000 sword forms one by one. Li Qingshan used an absolutely brutal method to directly imprint the sword manual of heaven and earth into Li Xiaoyao's mind. Li Xiaoyao felt like 10,000 years had passed, but the sun remained high in the sky. It had only shifted slightly. Li Qingshan loosened his grip, and Li Xiaoyao immediately collapsed on the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Before he completely fainted, he heard Li Qingshan's deep voice, "You've got some patience. You haven't let down the name Li Xiaoyao. Don't forget what I said. Stay away from the Sword Collection Palace." "Yes, second uncle," Li Xiaoyao murmured in reply. Li Qingshan smiled before immediately withdrawing his smile. He raised his head and gazed in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. He had a feeling that the ceremony for the coronation of king this time would not be peaceful. Of course, every time he returned to Great Buddha Mountain he would always run into something, but just what was waiting for him this time? The Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Because it was a holy land of Buddhism, it was not decorated with lanterns or banners. Instead, it had only been carefully cleaned up. However, the faces of the monks and disciples were brimming with joy. Ever since the soaring Locust King had escaped from the Demon Suppression Hall, the entire Great Buddha Mountain seemed to be enveloped by dark clouds. Under the soaring Locust King's vengeful attacks, news of fellow disciples dying in battle rang out endlessly. Countless creatures had died to the mouths of insects too. It was not just the one lamp monk who felt deeply guilty. Every single disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga felt responsible, ashamed to face their fellow cultivators and believers. However, with the birth of a new monk king, a hole seemed to be ripped open in the dark clouds. They could finally catch their breath. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga definitely would not be defeated by any danger. 3 magnificent streaks of light shot through the sky and landed in front of the mountain, turning into the master of the Sword Collection Palace, Ji Xianyue and Ming Fei. The reception monk went up to receive them in a hurry. The master of the Sword Collection Palace said loudly, "The Sword Collection Palace has come to pay a visit." "Welcome, Palace Master. Apologies for not welcoming you from afar, so please come up and have a chat." The dauntless monk's voice drifted down from the top of the mountain. The 3 of them ascended the steps, passing through the mountain gates and arriving before the grand hall at the top. All they saw was the 4 guardian kings of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga gathered together. Even the unraging monk had donned a brand new kasaya, standing there with a smile. After greeting one another, the master of the Sword Collection Palace asked, "Where is fellow One Will?" The dauntless monk said, "One Will is still making preparations at the back of the hall. Please go to the side hall and rest for now. The ceremony is about to begin. When the time comes she will come out to meet you." The unraging monk personally led the way for the 3 of them, taking them to the eastern side hall before bidding farewell and leaving. Ming Fei drew her sword and shook it gently. The blade vanished, but the space rippled and Hua Sengzan tumbled out. Chapter 1060. The Sword Collection Palace Water-Cut Peak. Yin Xiaoqiu held the breaking water sword tightly with both hands, his forehead pressed against the sword hilt as he knelt in the dark cave. He had maintained this posture for a very, very long time. Anger, humiliation, hatred, and bewilderment were like a tide of darkness, surging into his heart. "I'm a prodigy of the sword, the successor of a renowned sword, the star of hope of the Sword Collection Palace. I'll become a great sword cultivator one day, and I might even become the palace master of the Sword Collection Palace. But why? Why did I lose?" Furthermore, he had lost so miserably, losing face in front of so many of his fellow disciples. Palace Master clearly knows that person has already undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you want me to go and suffer such humiliation? He seemed to be asking himself, but also seemed to be asking the broken water sword. Since a long, long time ago the two had become one, with the heart as the sword and the sword as the heart. "Because you're too weak." A voice suddenly rang out. The broken water sword trembled slightly. He couldn't tell if it was the voice of the sword or the voice of his heart. He muttered to himself, "Am I too weak?" He shook his head violently. "No, I've already undergone the 2nd heavenly tribulation and become the master of a peak in the Sword Collection Palace. How can I be considered weak?" "Weaker than Li Qingshan," the voice said. Yin Xiaoqiu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This name was like a nightmare looking down at him from high above, mocking his weakness. He could not even muster the confidence to fight a decisive battle. "What is sword principle?" "Slay demons and uphold justice." "You're wrong. The sword is a weapon of slaughter. It's neither good nor evil, and there's no such thing as chivalry. The sword is cold, it is slaughter, it is to look down on the world, it is invincible." Yin Xiaoqiu was at a loss for words. You need to be stronger. You can become even stronger. Stronger than Li Qingshan. The voice roared, and the trembling of the breaking water sword became louder and louder, turning into a strange tone. I want to be stronger, I can still be stronger. Stronger than Li Qingshan. Yin Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up, cold and fierce. Kill Li Qingshan. Yin Xiaoqiu said, hearing his voice merge with the voice. It reverberated in the dark cave abode. Just now if someone was here, you would hear Yin Xiaoqiu talking to himself in two different tones. A paper boat floated along with the wind. Fu Qingjin was lying quietly in the boat, staring at the blue sky in a daze. Yu Zijian sat at the front of the boat with her back to Fu Qingjin. His hand cupped his cheek. Without turning his head, he said, Senior Marshal Brother, what are you thinking? When I was young, I grew up in the Sword Collection Palace. All my seniors and juniors were like family to me. Although the palace master was serious in speech and manner, he was always exceptionally tolerant towards me, just like a loving father. Concubine Ming, on the other hand, is much more powerful. I've been afraid of her since I was young. She's like a strict mother, Senior Brother Shenri. Fu Qingjin's voice was low and fleeting, almost dispersing in the air. Senior Brother Shenri is a gentle and kind elder brother. Although I didn't grow up in the Sword Collection Palace, I can understand how you feel, Senior Brother. When I was in the Proud Sword Manor, we were like brothers and sisters, Yu Zijin said with some reminiscence. You don't understand, is that so? Senior Brother, why are you crying? Is it because your wounds are hurting, or are you worried that your cultivation won't recover? Didn't first Senior Brother say that? Your cultivation will definitely recover. Yu Zijin turned around and saw that Fu Qingjin was already covered in tears. She wiped his tears away in a flurry. She had never seen him so frail before. You don't understand? Fu Qingjin shook his head gently. Compared to his wounds and destroyed cultivation, there was an even deeper pain and despair that truly tore at his heart, chewing away all of his beautiful memories. He looked back at the broken sword beside him. He just felt like there were still some things that would not be reduced to ruins. It's fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Where are we? How far are we from the Sword Collection Palace? Fu Qingjin asked. He had been in a daze the entire way. He had not even calculated his location or the distance they had flown. We've only just arrived in the White Soil Prefecture. We're almost 1,000 kilometers away from the Sword Collection Palace. The boat is stable, but it's far too slow. Senior Brother, where do we stop? Yu Zijin was very confused. Fu Qingjin originally said he wanted to comprehend the Green Ruins sword intent, but he had never stopped along the way. Then let's stop for a while. Fu Qingjin said. But it's just wasteland below. There's no ruins at all. Yu Zijin said. It's right under that tree. Fu Qingjin sat up and pointed at a withered tree in the wasteland. All right then. The boat drifted down. Fu Qingjin stood up with his sword. Yu Zijin wanted to support him, but he pushed her away. Dig a hole. Make it deeper. Fu Qingjin pointed at the bottom of the withered tree. Yeah. Yu Zijin drew the violet cloud sword. With a gentle twirl of violet light, she dug out a deep hole. There were countless severed roots in there, all of which had withered away. The soil of the White Soil Prefecture isn't white. Give me the sword. Fu Qingjin extended his hand, and Yu Zijin passed the violet cloud sword to him. Fu Qingjin looked at the green ruins and violet cloud swords in his hand. He had once believed that this was their fated bond, but as it turned out, it was also an illusion. As a result, he tossed the green ruins sword and the violet cloud sword into the deep hole. Senior Brother? Yu Zijin widened her eyes. She was confused. Sever your connection with the violet cloud sword and add the soil. Fu Qingjin closed his eyes. Ark. Yu Zijin basically doubted whether Fu Qingjin had lost his mind. To sword cultivators, they basically lived as long as the sword was present, and they would die if the sword was forgotten, let alone when they were two renowned swords. Don't ask too much. I'll tell you the reason in the future. Fu Qingjin's voice was extremely weak, but it was filled with determination. If it were not for the fact that the green ruined sword had been cut in half, destroying the will of the legacy, if it were not for the heavy injuries from the myriad ghost banner, destroying the sword's intelligence, he might never have discovered this secret. All right then. Yu Zijin decided to go along with Fu Qingjin first before secretly remembering this place. She could come back and dig it out in the future. Hua Sengzan knelt on one knee with his right hand. His long hair draped over his shoulders as he shook his head slowly. I don't know. Then do you know that you're actually harming him? The palace master's voice was cold and dignified. I don't know. Wasungzan shook his head again. I've treated you as a smart person and nurtured you so much, but I never thought you'd do something so foolish in the end. Palace master, you overestimate me. If I were really smart, why would I come to the Sword Collection Palace? Wasungzan smiled bitterly. Ji Xuanri crouched down beside Wasungzan and lifted Wasungzan's chin. He continued to smile warmly, but his eyes were filled with pity. Junior brother Hua, with your talent and ability to comprehend, you should have been able to stand alongside us in just a few years, but I never thought you'd destroy your own future. By then would I still be me? Wasungzan countered with a question. To be continued? Chapter 1061. You're saying something stupid again. Humans are constantly changing. If they don't change, they're not human. You should have been my most capable helper, but it was just a mistake. Ji Xuanri's face was filled with regret. It's not just a mistake. People who walk different paths cannot work together. Wasungzan shook his head. Forget it. I know I can't convince you, but I don't plan on punishing you. After all, you're the senior brother I admire the most. However, you'll have to make up for the trouble you've caused. Don't forget that Li Qingshan basically died by your hands. He could have fought alongside us. Ji Xuanri stood up and said to the palace master and Ming Fei, I'll go visit father. First, senior brother, everything might not go as you expect. Just as Ji Xuanri was about to step out of the hall, he heard Wasungzan's voice. He frowned slightly and glanced back. He smiled and stepped out of the hall. He had been taught to control everything since he was young. Even if there were some accidents, they were just small surprises in life. The palace master waved his hand and tapped between Wasungzan's eyebrows. Wasungzan shuddered. He felt like his last bit of consciousness was sinking into oblivion, being devoured by sword intent. He stared deeply at the palace master and stuttered, Palace master, you want to use the sword to control people, but do you know, if you are also being controlled by the sword? It's just becoming one with the sword. It doesn't matter who's controlling who, the palace master said indifferently and retracted his sword. Wasungzan collapsed on the ground, motionless. Ming Fei frowned. I didn't think something like this would happen. The palace master said, this kid isn't a sword cultivator and he's extremely intelligent. It's nothing strange that he could fool our eyes. However, it was still a mistake. He only left a sliver of consciousness, or he could have secretly transmitted it to Li Qingshan. Ming Fei said, it's just a pity about the 3,000 sword forms. What we want is not just the 3,000 sword forms. Anyway, let's get rid of this problem first. It's very simple. Ming Fei smiled coldly as a cold light flashed in her eyes. Wasungzan crawled to his feet slowly and shook his head firmly. He said apologetically, Qingzan knows his mistake. It's good that you know your mistake. Dong, dong, dong. A melodious bell rang from outside the hall. The coronation ceremony was about to begin. Cultivators walked out of the side halls around the Hall of Great Strength in twos and threes. The Ming Queen and the Dark Queen basically discovered each other at the same time. When their eyes met, there was undisguised hostility. The master of the Sword Collection Palace and the master of the Umbral Een sect stood behind them as they stared at each other coldly. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga had purposefully separated the Umbral Een sect from the Sword Collection Palace to avoid any conflicts. However, it was inevitable that they would meet again. Fellow Taoists, please come in. The celebration is about to begin. The unraging monk invited him with a smile. When he saw Wasungzan behind the Sword Collection Palace master, he felt rather puzzled. He had clearly not seen this person before. However, he did not take it to heart. On Great Buddha Mountain, neither side could afford to disrespect the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. The master of the Sword Collection Palace and the master of the Umbral Een sect both stepped into the hall. Very soon, all the invited cultivators arrived in the Hall of Great Strength. There were not a lot of people, only around a dozen or so. They all spoke softly, even directly communicating with their soul sense, which set off the emptiness and quietness of the majestic hall. As a result, the coronation ceremony was not particularly lively. Instead, it seemed extremely solemn and dignified. However, every single one of these people was a great cultivator that had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Basically, all the powerful cultivators of the Green Province had gathered here. Even though they had purposefully concealed their auras, their presences still surged into the air when they gathered together. The 4 monk kings of the Chan monastery of Devanaga received the guests in the center as hosts, while the 4 great cultivators of the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral sect each occupied a corner of the hall, radiating with a cold, chilling aura. If others did not take the initiative to talk to them, they would never talk to anyone either. Unlike the Mist Province, none of the great cultivators from the sects of the Green Province left the 3 great sections. Aside from them, there were the great grandmasters of the Academy of Confucianism, Taoism, Dharma, and Moism. There were many of them, making them the most numerous. They discussed quietly. I heard that the One-Will Monk King isn't even 100 years old yet? How young? I've heard that she hasn't even reached 50 yet. That's unbelievable. Just how many years has it been since someone like that appeared in the world? She must be a reincarnated celestial too. Oh right, didn't a reincarnated celestial appear in the Clear River Prefecture a few years ago? Don't mention it. He's already dead. Hee, there are good and bad among celestials too. Yu Weiyang stood with his arms crossed. His face was pale from anger and he said nothing. Jin Fugui asked with a smile, Old Yu, who are you angry at? Yu Weiyang glanced at the Golden Hawk commander. You're still as meddlesome as ever. Jin Fugui laughed aloud. He was not angry at all. I'm just showing concern for an old friend, so how can you call that meddlesome? If you're always so hot-tempered, I'm afraid you won't live past 1,000 years old. If I can't, then I'll go to the Azura realm. If you can't, then you can go to hell. All right. Let's hear it. If worst comes to worst, we'll work together and help you vent your anger. Do you know Li Qingshan? Yu Weiyang thought for a moment. Of course. He used to be my subordinate. Jin Fugui had a very deep impression of Li Qingshan. That kid has already played me twice. Yu Weiyang gritted his teeth. Li Qingshan had stood him up again. When Li Qingshan went to listen to the Zen Dharma conference, Yu Weiyang did not want to wait around Great Buddha Mountain, so he agreed to meet up with him at the Great General's estate after the Zen Dharma conference. He was ready to carry out the bait plan against the Soaring Locust King. However, many days had passed since the Zen Dharma conference. Yu Weiyang had waited here and there, but Li Qingshan was nowhere to be seen. He was furious. The school of the military emphasized that military orders must be obeyed. If he's a disciple of the school of the military, I'll definitely kill him. Yu Weiyang ground his teeth. Of course, that was only if he could do it. Actually, Li Qingshan could not be blamed for not taking Great General Yu seriously. Now that Little and had a new, more perfect plan, he no longer wanted to be some stupid bait. Originally, he planned on telling Yu Weiyang after drawing the sword in the Sword Collection Palace, but with so many things happening along the way, he completely forgot about it. Jin Fugui laughed aloud when he heard that. He glanced at the unraging monk nearby. Why don't you just teach him a lesson while the unraging monk isn't by his side? Otherwise I'll teach him a lesson for you. He's a member of my Hawk Wolf Guard after all. Yu Weiyang said, You might not be able to teach him a lesson right now. Jin Fugui did not feel like there was anything wrong with teaching a junior a lesson. The unraging monk was not a petty person either. He's undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation a long time ago. Even the crown prince of Xiqing almost died at his hands when he came all the way from the Dragon Province. What right do you have to teach him a lesson? Yu Weiyang hesitated, but he still failed to hold back his anger. What did you say? Chapter 1062. Jin Fugui doubted his ears. His impression of Li Qingshan remained the same as several decades ago. It was also because of Xiqing that the unraging monk had hurried over from the Chan monastery of Devanaga all the way to save him. That brat is very fierce. It's already good enough that he doesn't teach us old fellows a lesson. How would I dare to teach him a lesson? Yu Weiyang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What are the 2 uncles whispering about? Gu Yinying walked over. You said you're old and that you should have worn my clothes a long time ago, Jin Fugui said with a smile. Forget it, I hate gold. As Gu Yinying spoke, she looked at Hua Sengzan. She felt that he had changed a lot. He was very different from the little blossom in her memory. Moreover, it was a little strange for him to appear here. Hua Sengzan sensed something and turned around to smile at her. Gu Yinying smiled back, but she felt strange and distant. She thought about it and didn't go over. Maybe it wasn't a bad thing for him. At this moment, Ji Xuanri suddenly made his way towards the master of the Umbral sect and the Dark Queen. This bold action made the hall suddenly fall silent. All the gazes gathered over. Everyone knew about the hatred between the 2 sections. Although Ji Xuanri was the crown prince of Qing province, he carried a sword on his back. Xianri greets the Dark Queen and the sect master. It's been many years since we last met, but the sect master's bearing is still the same as before. Ji Xuanri continued to smile warmly, as if he was not facing a great enemy of the Sword Collection Palace, but two seniors of his. His Highness, the Crown Prince, seems to be getting better by the day. The sect master of the mysterious dark sect nodded slightly and squeezed out a smile, which made him look even more gloomy. Crown Prince, didn't we just meet not long ago? Didn't you want to kill me? The Dark Queen stroked the cat in her arms. He looked at Ji Xuanri with disgust, and his words caused the atmosphere in the entire hall of great strength to freeze. Chu Lai King was currently conversing with the dauntless monk. When he heard that, he could not help but frown. Ji Xuanri became even more humble. You've misunderstood, Dark Queen. I definitely have no such intentions. Get lost. I feel disgusted just by looking at your face. The Dark Queen simply closed her eyes. It was not just to humiliate Ji Xuanri. The face and the name both made her think of the person she had lost. Ji Xuanri's smile stiffened slightly. He had originally wanted to come over and show off the magnanimity of the future King Chu. However, he never expected the Dark Queen to actually ignore the situation at all. She was not even afraid of offending Chu Lai King. He thought, what a crazy woman. Slut, don't be so shameless. Ming Fei placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and shouted, Xianri, why bother with this slut? Hurry up and come over. The Dark Queen said, they really are mother and son after all. They're both disgusting. Amitba. The dauntless monk called out the Buddhist name loudly, his voice shaking up the entire hall. He stepped forward to mediate. This is a tranquil land of Buddhism. Can the two princesses give this old monk some face and temporarily set aside their grievances? Live together peacefully for a period of time? Across the entire Green Province and even the entire world, there were not a lot of people who would not give the dauntless monk face, but there just happened to be two of them here, and they were two furious women. Ming Fei did not seem to hear the dauntless monk at all. She sneered. Some sluts have lost their children. Seeing how we're united as mother and son, they'll obviously go mad with jealousy. The dauntless monk was helpless. If they don't give me face, then so be it. You dash. The Dark Queen widened her eyes and paled even more. This was the greatest pain she had ever experienced in her life. She said resentfully, I will definitely kill you. I will kill everyone in the Sword Collection Palace. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk looked at one another with bitter smiles. Originally, they wanted to discuss how to deal with the soaring Locust King after the ceremony. Now, even the ceremony was about to be ruined. They could not help but blame this Crown Prince Xianri for not picking the right time. All of you shut up. Chu Lai King flew into a rage. A tremendous presence rushed into the air, and fierce winds whistled through the hall. With the King Chu's wrath, the Green Province shook up. Even great cultivators would be alarmed, but it was still useless. What? You're still going to protect this slut? She said she wanted to kill me. How laughable. A man who can't even protect his own child actually dares to order around. The Ming Fei and the Dark Queen actually targeted Chu Lai King together. Perhaps this was the only language they had in common. Chu Lai King's chest heaved, clearly angered to the limit, but he was unable to vent his anger. Just when the situation had spiraled out of control, a voice suddenly rang out, Father, please calm down. However, the voice did not come from Ji Xuanri. Instead, it came from behind the hall. It was a woman's voice, ethereal and captivating. In a daze, everyone caught a whiff of the faint fragrance of sandalwood. They saw a woman walk over from behind the hall. She wore a moon-white kasaya, untainted by even a speck of dust. Her long dark hair reached the ground, and her beauty was like that of a goddess. Her footsteps were as gentle as if she was levitating through the air. You are? Chu Lai King was slightly taken aback. In that moment he experienced a profound feeling. That was the connection of fate, the connection of blood and flesh. One will, what did you say? The dauntless monk raised an eyebrow. Father? Did I hear it wrong? Fine. My ears seem to be particularly bad today, Jin Fugue communicated to Yu Weiyang beside him. I also doubt whether I heard it wrong or not. According to my knowledge, His Majesty the King Chu doesn't have a daughter like that. Don't tell me that. Yu Weiyang seemed to think of something and exclaimed in surprise. The cultivators were surprised as well. They all discussed among themselves. She's one will. Sure enough, she's very young. But what's with father? Don't tell me he wants to recognize a foster father and mother after hearing about the Dark Queen's pain of losing her son? However, even the person who said that did not believe their own speculations. That was far too sudden. Buddhist disciples had always severed their ties with the secular world, and with her supreme talent, why would she need to seek connections? Is it coming? Gu Yenying smiled. Yenying, what do you know? Jin Fugue asked. You'll understand if you keep watching, Gu Yenying said with interest. Chu Lai King stared at little Anne. Thousands of possibilities also appeared in his head, but they were all eliminated one by one. In the very beginning, only a single name remained, the name that was both the most likely and the most impossible. He still found it rather hard to believe. You're Xianyu? I've been called by that name before. Father still remembers it. Little Anne looked at Chu Lai King with a smile, overlapping with the figure in her memories. The Dark Queen held her breath the moment Little Anne walked out. Her eyes were locked onto her as her body trembled gently. A flush appeared on her pale face as she murmured, You're Mayuo. Little Anne bowed slightly towards Chu Lai King and arrived before the Dark Queen. She held her hands gently. Mother, I've returned. It was time to take back everything she had lost. Chapter 1063. Xianyue. The Dark Queen's tears had already fallen like rain. She let go of the cat in her arms and hugged Little Anne firmly. She used all of her strength, afraid that this was just a dream. Meow. Xianyue landed on the ground gently and turned around, crouching beside them. She raised her head and looked at the mother and daughter embracing each other. She felt both happy and disappointed. Sorry, Mother. I've made you wait. Little Anne gently stroked her back. She also felt warmth in her heart. For a moment she felt like she was seeing an illusion. Their identities had been reversed and she was no longer a child. Are you really Princess Xianyue? The dauntless monk asked in disbelief. He felt like his brain was not enough. She used to be. Little Anne's voice was calm, possessing the power to calm people down, making it difficult for them to doubt her. I don't believe you. You're lying. Ming Fei said loudly. She felt a powerful threat. Ji Xuanri was originally the only successor to the position of King of Chu, yet a powerful competitor had suddenly appeared. This would change many things, perhaps even everything. Bitch, how dare you? The Dark Queen was furious. Mother. Little Anne patted the Dark Queen's hand and shook her head at her. Afterwards she said to Ming Fei, Is there something you need, Ming Fei? Xianyue is already dead. Ming Fei said firmly. How do you know? Little Anne asked. Everyone knows about this. Ming Fei said. Chu Lai King was slightly doubtful too. He had asked the school of Yin and Yang to perform many divinations, but they all said that Xuanyue's life force was already gone. How did she come back from the dead? Little Anne said, I did die once, but I was saved by someone. I came back to life again. Who saved you? I will definitely thank him greatly, the King of Chu asked. He's not a person of this world. He's already taken off and left. Little Anne raised her head slightly. Her gaze seemed to pass through the room and fly towards the distant horizon. Perhaps it was because she had heard him mention it too many times, but she also wanted to take a look beyond the 9 heavens. In the past she did not care about these thoughts. You're lying, outsider. How is it possible to enter and leave this world freely? Ming Fei said. Yu Weiyang and Jin Fugue exchanged a glance. Those who were invited to the king conferring ceremony were all existences who stood at the pinnacle of the 9 prefectures. They understood the power of the laws of heaven and earth the most. The 9 prefectures had long been devoured by the demon region. I don't know either, Little Anne said frankly. This was indeed illogical. Even for existences at the level of demon god Qiongqi. Descending once required a great deal of effort and would cause a huge commotion. The only explanation was that the brother Ox of Green Mountain was a being of a higher level than Qiongqi. This was not something that these people could understand. You've been hiding so much from me. So this is where your true inheritance lies. The dauntless monk came to a realization and let out a long sigh. At first, he was worried that Little Anne had inherited the legacy of the Golden Cicada Spirit King. However, even the Golden Cicada Spirit King could not have made her go through 3 heavenly tribulations in a row in just a few decades. The ability to control 33 Buddhist treasures at the same time was not something that could exist in this world. Now that she had said so, everything made sense. That person didn't want me to reveal this. Don't tell me the person you're talking about is actually a bodhisattva? The dauntless monk's voice trembled slightly. He instinctively treated the person from beyond the heavens as a person of Buddhism. He felt like only bodhisattvas could freely traverse the various worlds, revive the dead and grow flesh and bone, nurturing a prodigy of Buddhist cultivation like her. Little and said, he did mention the word bodhisattva. However, he was talking about the white-bone bodhisattva. And I never saw him reveal the appearance of a bodhisattva. Bodhisattvas redeem people through their myriad incarnations, so it makes sense that they don't want to reveal their true appearance. The dauntless monk was ravishing with joy. He felt a sense of deep veneration towards Little and who had seen a bodhisattva before. If all of this was real, then she was the chosen one. She was the hope of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, no, of all Buddhism in the world. He was also willing to believe that this was real. Compared to that, a measly position of monk king was nothing. A series of clangs rang out from behind the grand hall. The 7 treasures monk king gripped his staff firmly and was unable to hold back his excitement. His golden bracelet trembled. He had come with a decree to confer the title of monk king to Little Anne, and he planned on persuading Little Anne again. However, when Little Anne went out to reunite with her family, she had asked him to wait here. He never thought he would actually hear such a startling secret. Having been defeated by Little Anne's 33 Buddhist treasures, he basically believed her more than anyone else. He repeated inside, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. I have to report this to the imperial preceptor. He has to get her to come to the Spirit Kingdom Temple. He has to get her to come to the Spirit Kingdom Temple. Amitabha. The Buddha is merciful. The 4 guardian deities brought their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha, bowing towards Little Anne. They were not bowing to her, but to the faintly discernible bodhisattva behind her. Immediately, the grand hall was enveloped in a mysterious, solemn and religious atmosphere. The cultivators looked at one another. Those who were not Buddhists struggled to understand this feeling. If Little Anne really was the successor of a bodhisattva, then she was basically like a savior to the Buddhist disciples of this world. The bodhisattva must have enlightened Little Anne so that she could illuminate this world. So that's how it is. That's the only explanation for their cultivation speed and their unbelievable power. Though that probably isn't some bodhisattva. Gu Yenying thought. She had seen Li Qingshan's demon form and Little Anne's skeletal form. She found it very difficult to believe that they were the handiwork of a bodhisattva. Under this atmosphere, Ming Fei was unable to harp on this topic anymore. She questioned, "All right, even if what you said is true, why did you only reveal yourself now? I remember that you were already a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga many years ago. I was harmed by someone. My soul was damaged and my memories were damaged. In the beginning I couldn't even speak. Even though there were some fragments of my memories, I couldn't confirm it. Only afterwards did I completely recover my memories. I've made you wait, mother," Little Anne apologized. "Who harmed you? Was it this woman?" The Dark Queen pointed at Ming Fei and asked. Little Anne gazed deeply at Ming Fei. Her empty eyes actually made Ming Fei feel a sliver of fear. That was not the gaze of looking at a person but more like gazing at emptiness. Chu Lai King frowned. If Shen Yu really did accuse Ming Fei of being the murderer, then the problem would be severe. Little Anne shook her head gently. "I'm not too sure either. After all, I was still young back then. But that's not important. What's important is that I'm back, isn't it?" "Yeah, you're right." Although the Dark Queen struggled to quell her resentment, she did not want to pursue the matter right now and ruin the joy of their reunion. "No matter who the murderer is, I will make them pay the price." Chu Lai King let out a sigh of relief. Basically, he had acknowledged Little Anne's identity indirectly. Even without the profound connection of his closest kin, he did not believe there was a need for her to pretend to be his daughter. "Thank you, father." Little Anne bowed and turned around. She said to the head of the Sword Collection Palace, "Palace Master, you can take out the Xieji's horn now, right? Did I lie at all?" Chapter 1064. Immediately, everyone's gazes gathered on the master of the Sword Collection Palace. His face sank slightly, and he extended his right hand from behind his back. He held a curved horn. From the moment Little Anne appeared, the master of the Sword Collection Palace had silently taken out the Xieji's horn. He never expected her to discover it. This was no longer due to her powerful cultivation, but also due to her sharp judgment. He could vaguely sense that this would be an unexpectedly powerful enemy. Most of the great cultivators present knew about the wondrous effects of the Xieji's horn, which further proved the truth of what Little Anne had said. Their initial sliver of doubt had all been dispelled now. Sure enough, the new generation replaces the old. Now she's a true prodigy. Jin Fugue sighed. Princess Xianyue, the One-Will Monk King and the unbelievable successor of the Bodhisattva combined, made Ji Xuanri, the crown prince of the Green Province, pale in comparison. He could already foresee that her existence would definitely influence the overall situation of the world. Amitabha. Congratulations to your Majesty the King of Chu, congratulations to the Dark Queen. The family has been reunited, and the pearl has been recovered. The dauntless monk smiled. In the past few years, my daughter has been so cute and taking care of me. I'm extremely grateful. I almost forgot to congratulate the Chan Monastery of Devanaga for gaining another monk king. The fierce king of Chu also smiled delightedly. This had been a knot in his heart as well. Then congratulations to you too. The dauntless monk and Chu Lai king exchanged glances and smiled. The relationship between the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and the king of Chu's estate was basically a win-win situation. This was good for both of them. The cultivators all congratulated Chu Lai king and the dauntless monk before congratulating Little, and Ming Fei's expression constantly changed. The master of the sword collection palace closed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. Little and said nothing, only nodding with a smile, but no one would find him rude. Everything had developed according to his expectations. She had not let him down after all. From now onwards, her will could represent the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and even influence the entire cultivation community of the Green Province. Whether it was killing the soaring Locust King or assisting the Golden Cicada Spirit King in ascending, she could do it with ease. The only pity was, he was not here. Sister Xianyu, welcome back. It's great that you're still alive. This way all the misunderstandings can be resolved. Ji Xuanri walked forward. His face was filled with a warm smile. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw it, did he really think that it was because of sibling love? Little N was about to answer when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He turned to look outside the Hall of Great Strength. Ji Xuanri was no longer in his eyes. Didn't I warn you? Piss off. Don't disgust us. The Dark Queen's voice was filled with delight. Damn bitch. Ji Xuanri thought. A sliver of anger flashed through his eyes, not just because of what the Dark Queen had said, but because her appearance had disrupted his entire plan. Little and didn't do it to humiliate Ji Xuanri, but he sensed a familiar aura approaching. He's finally here. So slow. You didn't even see my performance. He seems very angry. What happened? A beam of light whizzed over from the northern horizon, heading straight for the peak of Great Buddha Mountain. With a boom, it struck outside the Hall of Great Strength like a rock. Li Qingshan stood in the rising dust and bellowed, Ji Xuanri, get your ass out here. His voice rumbled like thunder, echoing across Great Buddha Mountain. Who is it? The cultivators in the Hall of Great Strength were all surprised. Who was Ji Xuanri? He was the crown prince of the Green Province, the future King Chu. Only the Dark Queen was bold enough to humiliate him to his face. Who else was bold enough to tell him to piss off? However, Ji Xuanri began laughing. He communicated with Ming Fei, Mother, our esteemed elder has arrived. Finally, a portion of the plan was back on track. Ming Fei sneered too. Originally, she thought she would have to do something else to infuriate him, but in the end, he was even more brainless than she imagined. Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, Great Buddha Mountain is where you die. The people who kill you will be your fellow disciples. Li Qingshan stepped into the Hall of Great Strength. The golden tiles beneath his feet shattered, and his black hair drifted backwards. He raised his thick eyebrows and pursed his lips. He was furious. Even though he did not give off any aura, he possessed his own intimidating bearing. All the cultivators felt a fishy wind blowing against their faces. It was as if a ferocious tiger had barged into the crowd and was looking for prey. When they met his gaze, they felt a sense of wariness. He really is vicious and powerful. I finally believe he can kill, is bold enough to kill the crown prince of Xiqing. Jin Fugue was stunned at first before sighing in amazement at Yu Wuyang. This kid is getting bolder and bolder. I'd like to see how he deals with this today. However, Yu Wuyang was rather worried. Although he had been stood up twice, they were still fellow cultivators. He did not want Han Xiongji to be sad either. Li Qingshan glanced around and saw Hua Sengzan in the corner. Seeing how he was fine as if he was unharmed, he eased up slightly and strode over. There was a flash before him and Ji Xuanri blocked his way again. He asked with a smile, Qingshan, what business do you have with me? Li Qingshan was no longer swayed by his words. He spat out two words, Piss off. Ji Xuanri shrugged and backed to one side. Ming Fei barked, How dare you? How dare you offend the crown prince? What do you think your punishment is? She turned around and said to the dauntless monk, Dauntless abbot, is this how the Chan monastery of Devanaga teaches their disciples? Qingshan, what's wrong? What happened? The unraging monk grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and asked frantically. Master, this is a matter between me and the Sword Collection Palace. There's no need for you to interfere. Li Qingshan gently pushed the unraging monk away and took a step forward. He said to the master of the Sword Collection Palace, Hand him to me and we'll mind our own business or else. The master of the Sword Collection Palace interrupted him. Or else what? Qingzan is a disciple of our Sword Collection Palace. How can we allow you to act so recklessly? Little Hua, don't be afraid. With me here today, I'll slaughter anyone who touches a hair on you. Li Qingshan surged with murderousness. Li Qingshan, take a good look at this place. The dauntless monk said furiously. Qingshan, this is a peaceful place of Buddhism. No one will be injured here, so you might as well explain everything. Little and walked over and grabbed Li Qingshan's hand, expressing that he was not completely helpless. Li Qingshan made up his mind and considered it slightly. His priority right now was still to ensure Hua Sengzan's safety. Hua Sengzan was willing to take great risks for his friend, so he could not let him be harmed no matter what. However, before he could say anything, Hua Sengzan spoke first. Qingshan, we've been friends for nothing. Do you really have to kill me? Little Hua, what did you say? Li Qingshan was alarmed. The Hua Sengzan before him had become extremely unfamiliar. Forget it. If that's the case, I'll announce your scheme to the world and let them judge you. Not only has this person become a demon king, but he's even colluding with the demon domain in an attempt to topple the Green Province. The soaring Locust King was only able to escape because of his assistance, so please kill him together, fellow cultivators. Chapter 1065. Green smoke curled up into the air, and the lofty Buddha statue stood high above. Its eyes were slightly shut, completely unfazed. The murals depicted arhats and goddesses, as well as the living beings of the 8 tribes, all in different expressions. They were lifelike, overlooking everything in the hall. Please punish him together. The 4 words echoed through the hall like a bolt of lightning, landing in everyone's hearts. They all looked at Li Qingshan. Demon King. Releasing the soaring Locust King. Colluding with the demon domain. As long as any single one of these accusations were true, it would be enough to kill him right here and now. Li Qingshan stood proudly, unfazed. His heart sank. He was not worried about these slander and accusations. He was worried about Hua Sengzan. Even when his life was threatened, he believed that Hua Sengzan would never say something like that unless his mind was under control. Is this the secret of the sword? The Sword Collection Palace. Little and wanted to speak up for him, but he saw Li Qingshan's face sink. He said nothing. He did not want to argue with his friend. Now that the situation had developed to this point, there was nothing he could do about it. He had not spent all these years of arduous cultivation to bicker with others. As a result, Little and let go of his hand and silently retreated to one side. Ji Xuanri smiled. Sister Xianyue, with your current identity and status, you should draw a clear line between you and people like that. Little and smiled at him. She was devastatingly beautiful. Ji Xuanri was stunned. He was speechless. Fellow Hua, you said my disciple colluded with the demon domain and released the soaring Locust King. Do you have any proof? The unraging monk asked. Unraging monk, it's already come to this, yet you still want to protect him? If you don't believe me, then please ask him to release his aura. Let's see whether it's demon chi or not. Hua Sengzan was aggressive. His face was filled with regret and helplessness. He had used his intelligence and wisdom to put Li Qingshan to death. The unraging monk frowned. This was indeed the greatest flaw. Li Qingshan's cultivation was without a doubt that he was a demon king. The various twists and turns in this matter were difficult to explain to others. Once it was exposed, it was inevitable that people would believe him slightly if he colluded with the demon domain, which would be a huge scandal for the monastery. Gu Yenying frowned slightly. There was something wrong with Xiao Hua's behavior. Chu Lai King said, Li Qingshan, release your aura. As for whether or not you colluded with the infernal domain, you can use the Xieji's horn to verify it. This king will prove your innocence. There's no need. I'm not innocent and I don't need any innocence. Li Qingshan refused indifferently. He was already tired of following the plot set up by others. Wasn't it enough to be played to this extent? So what if he could prove he was not colluding with the infernal domain in the end? Would he be able to save Wasungzan? Perhaps he had already lost this friend forever. You. Chu Lai King raised an eyebrow. He never expected him to refuse so straightforwardly. In other words, you admit you're a demon king, colluding with the demon domain and releasing the soaring locust king? Ming Fei communicated with him at the same time. Kid, how does it feel to be betrayed? You brought this upon yourselves. Originally, all you had to do was refine the soul-switching sword obediently. Li Qingshan did not answer. He remained silent like a rock. Wasungzan continued, and I even know a great secret about this person. He has another identity. Li Qingshan raised his hand and pointed directly at Wasungzan. Right when everyone thought he would retort angrily and threaten him, he said seriously, "This person is my friend. I want to take him away. Those who stand in my way will die." Wasungzan shuddered inside. He met Li Qingshan's eyes, only to see that there was no hatred or blame in his black eyes, only apologetic and concerned. Li Qingshan, you won't be taking anyone away today. Ming Fei glanced backwards. Qingzan, what other identity does he have? Tell us. She was rather curious as well. Just what other secrets did Li Qingshan have yet to expose? The sight of friends killing each other sure was touching. Qingshan. Wasungzan's voice was hoarse. His expression twisted as he struggled. His handsome face immediately became rather vicious. His body slowly bent and he knelt on the ground. A sliver of determination flashed through his eyes as he gritted his teeth. A strand of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the golden brick. Everyone was stunned. The dauntless monk was alarmed. Seeing blood in the grand hall was extremely ominous. Qingzan. Li Qingshan's eyes immediately reddened. He wanted to go over, but Ming Fei blocked his way again. Li Qingshan, stop putting on an act. If you want to silence me, you'll have to get through me first. Then she communicated secretly, "Humph, you sure can put up with it. Though looks like I really can't spare him. Li Qingshan, I can give you another chance. If you kneel and admit your guilt right now, I can still spare his life. Otherwise..." Li Qingshan took a step forward, and thousands of golden bricks shattered. The grand hall shook. He swung his fist. "Qingshan, you mustn't." The unraging monk stopped him loudly. Everyone else was surprised. He's actually bold enough to attack. A hint of a smile flashed through Ming Fei's eyes. Had he finally run out of patience? Right from the beginning, she had never thought about proving that Li Qingshan was colluding with the demon domain. All she needed to do was infuriate him. He had used the methods of a demon king to attack her, the princess, in front of everyone. Just this crime alone was punishable by death. With a clang, the sword left its sheath. The blade trembled and turned into nothingness, but it produced a strange hum. The space there rippled, overlapping with one another. The sword of clear void, one of the 10 famed swords of the Sword Collection Palace. It possessed an extremely wondrous power. It could form a world of its own for defense while it could split space for offense. In that moment, Ming Fei seemed to leave the grand hall and stand in a different world. She sneered at Li Qingshan's incoming fist and communicated secretly. "When I faced that bitch the Dark Queen that day, I was only intentionally hiding my strength. Do you really think you can harm me?" Ming Fei suddenly discovered that Li Qingshan's eyes had turned red. It was not a bloodshot red but a clear, scarlet red. His long hair fluttered like fire, and his face became extremely unfamiliar. A pair of curved ox horns grew on his head, engraved with the 2 words North Moon. In an instant, a demonic aura soared into the sky, causing everyone's expression to change. Even the majestic golden Buddha statue dimmed. The nightmare tiger's demonic eye. Ming Fei's breathing halted. She became dazed and she could not help but feel a hint of fear. Strength of the earth. Ming Fei widened her eyes. The incoming fist rapidly expanded, filling her entire field of vision like a mountain. Tremors of the ox demon. Black cracks crisscrossed and the overlapping space shattered. The sword of clear void materialized before shattering loudly. Fury of the tiger demon. Li Qingshan let out a furious roar, and his fist landed heavily on Ming Fei's face. How could this be? Ming Fei's face was filled with disbelief. Then her beautiful face shattered like the clear sky sword. The vibrating power spread through her entire body, turning her into a bloody mist. Thousands of blood droplets swept past everyone's eyes, splashing onto the Buddha murals and dyeing the Hall of Great Strength red. Chapter 1066. Li Qingshan's furious roar shook up the grand hall, echoing through the entire Great Buddha Mountain. A small, white sword flew out from the thousands of droplets of blood. It was also sent flying by the punch, spinning as it stabbed into the lotus pedestal beneath the Buddha statue. The small sword was semi-transparent, and the figure of a woman who resembled Ming Fei could be vaguely seen. It was Ming Fei's sword infant. Li Qingshan pulled back his fist, but he did not take another glance at it. "Who are you?" Ming Fei was terrified. She recalled Hua Sengzan's unspoken secret. Crack. A black crack appeared on the sword infant. The sword infant trembled a few times, but it was unable to stop the crack from spreading. It enveloped the entire sword before shattering loudly. Dazzling light shot out from every single door and window. A circular wave of air erupted from the top of Great Buddha Mountain, sweeping over 1,000 kilometers away. The light was like the sea as sword chi surged. All the great cultivators unleashed their defenses, blocking the terrifying power of the sword infant shattering. Buddhist chants suddenly rang out. The grand hall was enveloped in golden light. The protective formation had already been activated. The shockwave dispersed. The sword shattered, the person died, and the infant shattered. "Those who stand in my way shall die. I will keep my word." The bell at the back of the hall continued to ring. The same bell seemed to appear in the heads of all the great cultivators. They were filled with disbelief, basically doubting everything before them to be a dream. A renowned greatsword cultivator had been killed by a single punch just like that? Jin Fugue widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, completely unaware of what had just happened. Only now did he realize how laughable and dangerous it was for him to say that he wanted to teach Li Qingshan a lesson. Yu Weiyang was stunned as well. Even though he already knew that Li Qingshan was hiding a lot of strength, he never expected him to be such a colossal figure. Suddenly he recalled what the Azura King had said to him after the battle in the Azura field. "For some reason I just feel like I'll be in danger of being killed too if I were to fight this kid." How strange. The Dark Queen was stunned too. She was filled with resentment towards Ming Fei, but everything had happened far too quickly. Before she could even feel the joy of revenge, she was instead filled with disbelief. Gu Yening smiled faintly and sighed with emotion. Had the wild youth under the pine tree finally reached this step? Qing province spanned 30,000 miles and Jianghu was only a corner. This was what she had told him back then, and to him now, Qing province was only a corner. The dauntless monk shut his eyes painfully. Was it another golden cicada spirit king? No, it was a fiendish demon that was even more terrifying than the golden cicada spirit king. Even the current golden cicada spirit king would not dare to brazenly attack and kill Ming Fei in front of so many mighty cultivators in the Hall of Great Strength. "I am North Moon," Li Qingshan said proudly. Hua Sengzan would rather bite his tongue off than reveal the secret. Let him announce it to the world. He felt great delight inside. From this moment onwards, there was no need for him to hide carefully anymore. There was no need for him to be secretive anymore. Li Qingshan was the North Moon, and the North Moon was Li Qingshan. If there really was a path to the 9 heavens, then he would use this place as the starting point. North Moon Demon King. These 4 words appeared in the heads of all the great cultivators. As it turned out, the North Moon that the Dragon King of the Sea had been pursuing for thousands of kilometers had been hiding his identity the entire time. As it turned out, he was not dead. The blood that had splattered across the ground was scarlet and dazzling, making them shiver. Many of them were no stronger than Ming Fei. Standing in the Hall of Great Strength was like sharing a room with a vicious tiger as mortals. They experienced this long-awaited feeling of terror once again. It was the threat of death. "Qingshan, you no wonder. No wonder." The unraging monk gazed at the scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed figure. His smile was suddenly filled with bitterness. With this, all of Li Qingshan's illogicality could be explained, but it was the explanation he did not want the most. "Master, I hope you don't regret accepting me as your disciple. Whether I'm a demon king or a demon king, I'm still me." Li Qingshan pressed his chest and said sincerely, "What's the point of saying this now?" The unraging monk let out a long sigh. "Oh my damned disciple. Even if I'm willing to believe you, what about the others? Perhaps you don't need anyone else to believe you anymore." Li Qingshan. Chu Lai King flew into a rage. He slammed his palm towards Li Qingshan as hard as he could. In that moment, the scenery and the surroundings twisted and collapsed. The great cultivators were only affected by the residual force, but they all felt like they could not stand steadily anymore. Li Qingshan only felt like the world had turned upside down and twisted. The Buddhist murals in the surroundings all became grotesque and bizarre, seeming to be mocking, seeming to be sorrowful, seeming to be mocking. He thought he really is the lord of the Green Province after all. The power in his palm strike is definitely no weaker than the Dragon King of the Seas. However, that's all there is to it. His eyes flashed. When he saw through the grotesque and bizarre murals, he struck out with his palm. Bang! The two palms collided, and the distorted world returned to normal. Chu Lai King was shocked and furious. He stared at Li Qingshan in disbelief. The power of his palm strike could even collapse a mountain, yet Li Qingshan did not budge at all. He was like a mountain forged from steel, unshakable. Instead, an unstoppable force appeared, accompanied by a strange power of tremors. Li Qingshan had never lost to anyone when it came to a contest of strength. Even if the Dragon King of the Sea was present, it would be the same. Your Majesty the King of Chu, you are so noisy and your mouth is a mess. I don't know how you endure it, but I can't. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. I'm sorry, little Anne. I ruined your plan. He then smiled and said to Ji Xuanri, and yours. Die. Ji Xuanri roared and pulled out the soul-extinguishing sword. He was about to take revenge for Ming Fei, but just as he took a step forward, a white sword tip pierced through his chest. The three protective treasures on his body did not have any effect. He did not even have the slightest warning. He turned his head and said while gritting his teeth, Ji Xian Yu. It's okay as long as you're happy. Little An said. Her sneak attack was even more fatal than Li Qingshan's attack. I'm afraid you'll be unhappy. This guy is your brother, right? Li Qingshan said. He's all right. I've hated him since I was young. I can't wait for him to die. Little An pulled out the Buddha-slaying sword. Ji Xuanri collapsed on the ground. He sensed the aura of death permeate the air. His widened eyes were filled with confusion and terror. What's going on? I've only been struck once. I don't want to die. The samadhi flames of white bone erupted from his wound and swallowed him instantly. In the moment before his death, he suddenly understood what Wasungzan had said. Everything might not be as you expect. Xuanri. Chu Lai King was utterly furious. This was the successor he had placed all of his hopes on. One will. The expressions of the four monk kings all changed drastically. The shock inside was even greater than when Li Qingshan killed Ming Fei. This sinister, strange method did not seem like a Buddhist cultivation method no matter how they looked at it. Instead, it was filled with blasphemy even more so than demon folk. Chapter 1067. Behind Xiao An's alluring beauty, white bones and skeletons could be vaguely seen. From the moment Li Qingshan transformed into North Moon and killed Ming Fei, there was no room for negotiation anymore. It was impossible for the Chan monastery of Devanaga to just stand by, so let's face it together. Whether it's fortune or misfortune, I'll bear half of it for you. Father, please leave. Little An drifted over and swung down with her sword. After witnessing the terrifying power of the Buddha-slaying sword, Chu Lai King was afraid of being struck by the blade. All he could do was pull back and retreat. He said in anguish, Xianyue, I'm your father. Little An said apologetically, Father, there's nothing I can do to repay you for raising me up. However, as long as my path exists, I can only stubbornly persist. Killing your brother and your father is your repayment, your path? Chu Lai King questioned. In the blink of an eye, great joy had turned into great sorrow. Even with Chu Lai King's willpower, he found it rather difficult to endure. Little An closed her eyes. There was nothing she could say. Possessing a human heart and taking back everything from the past meant enduring various restraints and even pain, but she also needed to make a choice. Originally, Li Qingshan could not be bothered to waste his breath, but he could not help but argue for her right now. So what if I killed my brother? That kid, Ji Xuanri, is putting on an act, but he's full of evil tricks. He's even worse than his mother. Killing him is the right thing to do. Otherwise, when he becomes King Chu in the future, he'll definitely bring disaster to the Green Province. As his father, you're also responsible. We've helped you out greatly, you know? As for killing your father, don't you slander us. We haven't killed you yet, so of course we don't plan on killing you either. Am I right, Little An? Little An had no idea whether to laugh or cry. That was not without reason, but since when did someone kill someone else's wife and child and claim that they were helping them? That last sentence was as mocking as it could get. Chu Lai King basically lost his mind from anger. His hatred surged. Everything had to be attributed to this wretched demon. I don't care if you're Li Qingshan or North Moon, human or demon. Don't even think about leaving Great Buddha Mountain alive today. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Chu Lai King gave an order, and his words were the law. Li Qingshan, I originally thought you had a Buddhist nature and wisdom, which is why I allowed you to cultivate in the monastery. You've actually made a terrible mistake. Not only did you conceal your identity as a demon, but you've even committed a massacre in the temple, but you also for Taoism, you, Li, and Li, you, Shan, and... The dauntless monk swung his hand and powered the protective formation, enveloping the grand hall in golden light and sealing off all the doors, turning it into a golden cage. He glanced at Shaoan and sighed again. The dauntless monk's hopes for her were so great that they even surpassed the unraging monk's hopes for Li Qingshan, but in the end it was all for naught, which left him extremely disappointed. Cut the bullshit. Right and wrong will naturally be clear. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the wildflower blade appeared in his hand. Sensing his raging battle intent, the wildflower blade spirit roared out excitedly, "Kid, are you finally going to start a massacre? Do you think there's still a future for you? Fearless guardian king." The dauntless monk bellowed out furiously. His Buddhist light shone brightly, turning into a fearless guardian king. At the same time, two other guardian kings rose up from the ground, falling into the guardian king demon subduing formation, but they left behind a huge gap. Unraging. The three guardian kings looked at the unraging monk together. The unraging monk closed his eyes before suddenly snapping them open again. With a flash of light, he turned into the unraging guardian king and filled in the gap. The four guardian kings fell into a formation together and bellowed out at the same time, "Guardian King Demon Subduing." Their voices rumbled like thunder. The golden light condensed into a huge golden mountain, crushing down on Li Qingshan. It suddenly came to a halt a meter away from his head. That's not necessarily true. Li Qingshan supported the golden mountain with a single hand. The strength of the earth flowed out endlessly from beneath his feet, but the golden mountain was even heavier than regular mountains. The four guardian kings worked together and pressed down inch by inch. With a thought, Li Qingshan used the gravity of the earth. The golden mountain immediately became weightless, and the four guardian kings lost their footing. Go! Li Qingshan raised his hands and pushed as hard as he could, sending the golden mountain flying towards the majestic Buddha statue in the hall. The Buddha statue suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Li Qingshan. It extended its hand and grabbed the golden mountain. The mountain that was as heavy as a mountain seemed to be weightless in the Buddha's hand. The Buddha stood up slowly, becoming even taller than the four guardian kings. It had gathered millions of worshippers and the condensed power of belief over 10,000 years. The Buddha strode towards Li Qingshan with heavy footsteps. At the same time, the arhats, maidens and protector Jialan on the murals in the surroundings all appeared. Many of them gave off the aura of the third heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan vaguely recalled that this was also the handiwork of the five absolutes immortal. In that moment, the grand hall seemed to become a Buddhist kingdom on earth, rippling with boundless, golden light. In order to clean up their sect, the Chan monastery of Devanaga had already done everything they could. Jin Fugue and Yu Weiyang exchanged glances and drew their arcane treasures and weapons. They were also honored guests of the King Chu's estate. No matter how they viewed Li Qingshan, they could only treat him as an enemy right now. The other great cultivators of the academy all stepped forward and unleashed their supreme techniques. A great grandmaster of Moism unleashed a few puppet kings, while the great grandmasters of the famed school prepared the mantra of many words. Wretched demon, today is the day you die. When you killed the disciples of my school of Confucianism, did you think this day would come? An old man with a long beard barked. He wore a set of yellow scholarly robes, clearly a great grandmaster of Confucianism. Haha, you need to be careful. We don't know each other well. When we fight later, I won't show any mercy. I'll probably end up killing another disciple of Confucianism, Li Qingshan smiled. You're already at death's door, yet you're still so stubborn. Even in the chaotic Mist Province, the king of Southern Yu could command a group of demonic cultivators, let alone the strict order of the Green Province here. It had reigned for an even longer period of time than the Great Xia Empire, which allowed the King Chu's estate to possess supreme authority. With a single order from the Chu Lai King, all cultivators had to obey. However, this was all within the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Otherwise, everyone would have to consider just how great of a price they were willing to pay. What a grand spectacle, Li Qingshan said. This spectacle really did live up to the name of the blooming blade at the end of the road. It seemed a little like he was at the end of the road, but before he saved Hua Sengzan he would never back down. However, the master of the Sword Collection Palace remained in a corner of the hall the entire time, guarding beside Hua Sengzan. Even when Ming Fei and Ji Xuanri were killed, he did not move at all, giving Li Qingshan no opportunity at all. "Aren't you going to avenge those two bastards?" Li Qingshan asked. "You're dead for sure, so why do you need me? You're looking for an opportunity to save this traitor, aren't you?" The master of the Sword Collection Palace was filled with hatred. If it were not for Hua Sengzan's warning and he allowed Li Qingshan to refine the soul-switching sword, the situation would not have developed like this. The Sword Collection Palace would not have lost two great sword cultivators for some reason, causing his entire plan to fail. "If you touch a single hair on him, I'll make your entire family die," Li Qingshan said. Chapter 1068. He swung the sword with heavenly reliance, revealing his abilities. There were no complicated moves, only determination to cut through everything. At this moment of life and death, Hua Sengzan's eyes recovered their clarity. His mind was unprecedentedly clear. The light from the sword filled his vision, but the figure in white remained in his mind. He smiled. He still could not forget her after all. "You're looking to die." Li Qingshan's eyes almost popped out of his head. He spread his fingers and reached out, using the gravity of the earth. Hua Sengzan immediately rose into the air, flying towards Li Qingshan. However, he was not as fast as Heavenly Reliance. Just when he was about to be cleaved in half, he extended a jade folding fan and blocked Heavenly Reliance. The atmospheric winds and the light clashed violently, kicking up violent gusts of wind that rumbled through the hall. Gu Yenying arrived with the wind, arriving first despite having set out later. Her white clothes drifted about. "Commander Gu." Hua Sengzan widened his eyes and stared at her deeply. "Gu Yenying, do you want to help this wretched demon as well? Don't forget who you are." The palace master glared at Gu Yenying, and his gaze condensed into an invisible sword intent. "This person has publicly exposed the wretched demon's evil deeds. You should be rewarding him. Why must you kill him?" Gu Yenying's eyes turned into a hawk's eyes, as if they could see through everything. She nullified the invisible sword intent, which made her seem even more valiant. "He's a member of my Sword Collection Palace now. I have my own ways of dealing with him. Do you really think you can stop me?" The palace master slapped the hilt of his sword, and Heavenly Reliance turned into a streak of light as it shot off. Sword manipulation had always been the foundation of cultivators of the sword. After it left his hand, Heavenly Reliance was like a serpent that had plunged into the ocean. It was even faster than when it was in his hand, slashing towards Hua Sengzan viciously. Scorching wind hell. However, Gu Yenying seemed to have been expecting this. Before the flying sword had even shot out, she had already unfurled her jade folding fan. With a gentle wave, rolling hot winds whistled and swallowed Hua Sengzan, sucking him into the scorching wind hell. Self-created domain. The heavenly sword missed and flew back into the palace master's hand. He pointed the tip at Gu Yenying. "Gu Yenying, I'd like to see how long you can last. If you don't hand over Hua Sengzan, don't even think about leaving." Hua Sengzan knew far too many secrets of the Sword Collection Palace. He had to die. "Very long." Gu Yenying smiled. "Thank you, Commander Gu," Li Qingshan said. "You're welcome. This is my friendship with Little Flower. It has nothing to do with you. But you better do something." Gu Yenying waved her hand without even turning her head. She waved her jade folding fan, stirring up a hot wind to melt the whistling sword chi. A self-created domain and the manifestation of hell. Such a move was indeed powerful, but it also required a great deal of effort. It was impossible to maintain it for a long time, not to mention the fact that he had to block the attack of a great sword cultivator. All right. Li Qingshan no longer had any worries. He looked around at the hostile faces around him and the boundless Buddhist kingdom that glowed with golden light. Pride immediately filled his chest and he raised his blade. "I'd like to see what you're capable of. If you end up dying under my blade, don't even think about regretting it in the afterlife. Come." "Wretched demon, don't you dare speak so arrogantly." The first to strike was a pale-faced, slightly plump, middle-aged man in the distance. He was the Grand Master from the famed sect. He formed a seal with his hands and called out. "Freeze." The simple word contained endless power. It was infused with his entire life's worth of cultivation, and it was the famed incantation of the famed sect, the freeze incantation. The Grand Master smiled calmly. I've already frozen this demon. Please kill him, Grandmasters. He was rather disapproving inside. You really don't know your place. Even if you have the supreme strength to kill Ming Fei with a single punch, even a demon king will die here with so many of us working together. Do you think you'll be able to overturn the situation? Li Qingshan shuddered. He was immediately immobilized. I'll lend you a hand, fellow. In a battle of life and death, even a split second of hesitation could determine life and death. Guardian King Demon subduing. The dauntless monk bellowed out, and the 4 Guardian Kings struck together. Under the effects of the Guardian King Demon subduing formation, the 4 powers combined into a single strike, turning into a colossal Vajra that smashed down. Break! Li Qingshan bellowed out. It was the Tiger Demon's fierce roar, breaking free from the freeze incantation in a single stroke and blocking the falling Vajra with his blade. Boom! The ground cracked and collapsed, and the great hall shook. The Grandmaster paled and could not help but take a step back. He never thought his freeze incantation would actually be broken so quickly, and the tiger's roar seemed to ring out right beside his ear, making him dizzy and suffering from a backlash. Before the tiger's roar had even subsided, the dragon's roar rang out again. At first it was as thin as a thread, but in the blink of an eye, it blanketed the surroundings like a soaring dragon, directly pouring into his head. His blood surged and he took another step back. The chant of Devanaga. The dauntless monk was alarmed. All he saw was Little and open her mouth slightly, and the dragon's roar rolled out endlessly. It was the supreme cultivation technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the chant of Devanaga. Right now she was so dignified. She was clearly still the outstanding disciple he had high hopes for, or even the successor of the Bodhisattva. Her white monk robes drifted about, and she no longer gave off the slightest sense of blasphemy. The chant of Devanaga was even more wondrous and filled with zen. Even the monk kings could not help but admire her. One will, oh one will, why do you insist on going your own way, abandoning yourself to depravity? Little An was speechless. The Grandmaster staggered back 5 or 6 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Little An in disbelief, but the dragon's roar still refused to let him go. Instead, it grew louder and louder, like a rope slowly tightening around him. He basically could not breathe. A woman's graceful, pleasant voice rang out from behind. I've come to assist you, fellow. It was like the sound of nature in his ears. A noble woman with long, flowing hair held a pipa carved from green jade. She looked at Little An and said, the chant of Devanaga really does live up to its reputation. Come and try out my school of music's wondrous sound as well. She plucked the strings gently, and there was a clang, cutting through the dragon's roar like a sharp blade. The Grandmaster eased up inside and clasped her hands. Thank you, fellow. I'll play the ambush from 10 sides to liven things up for you all. Kill these 2 demons quickly. The Grandmaster of the School of Music smiled and plucked the strings even more frantically. Her hands left behind a series of blurs as if she had sprouted thousands of hands in that instant. There was the noise of the large strings twanging, the small strings cutting, the cavalry charging forward, and the clang of blades and spears. The invisible music rushed towards Li Qingshan and Little An like an army. Suddenly there was a flash beside her. Her dress drifted about, and a gloomy voice rang out by her ear. Who do you want to kill? Your Highness, don't. She raised her head and met the Dark Queen's cold gaze before seeing the myriad ghost banner in her hand. With a wave of the myriad ghost banner, the wails and wails of 10,000 ghosts rang through the grand hall, drowning out the surging music. The army had all been reduced to ghosts. The Grandmaster of the School of Music was sent flying, colliding heavily against the glistening wall. The strings snapped one by one. Dark Queen. The Grandmaster glared at her furiously. Chapter 1069. Mother. Little An said. You don't have to worry. Mother will definitely protect you this time. No matter what you do, Mother will support you with everything she has. Li Qingshan, you've killed that bitch. You've avenged me. I thank you for that too. The Dark Queen looked back at Chu Lai King and said, Xianyue is your daughter. Do you really want to kill her? My Ji clan is well established and flourishing. We have many descendants. We don't lack an unfilial son. Dauntless Abbot, this king has failed to manage the clan properly. I've let down my ancestors, so please don't hold back. Kill these 2 demons quickly. Chu Lai King recovered his dignity and ordered firmly. You all right? Then from today onwards, I no longer have anything to do with your Ji clan. You can kill me too. The Dark Queen waved her hand and summoned a few ghost kings. They roared out fiercely, accompanied by the wails of thousands of ghosts, dyeing the golden hall with a sense of foreboding. The dauntless monk bellowed furiously, "How dare you use underhanded tricks in the holy land of Buddhism? Protector Jelon, world cleansing with the sound of Sanskrit." Above Great Buddha Mountain, a protector of Jalan flickered in and out, producing an obscure, sacred sound of Sanskrit. It was even vaster and more profound than the chant of Devanaga. Jalan was a great protector of Buddhism. The protector deities of all the temples were Main, Sanskrit, Heavenly Drum, Miaotan, Buddhist Slave, and so on. There were a total of 18 deities. Sanskrit Jalan was one of them. The protective formation of the Chan monastery of Devanaga was called the World Cleansing Formation of Sanskrit. All the bells and drums above and below Great Buddha Mountain rang out together, as if they were accompanying the sound of Sanskrit. They formed a great golden river that poured into the grand hall. The wails of thousands of ghosts immediately vanished. The roars of the ghost kings immediately turned into miserable cries. Smoke rose up from their bodies as they rapidly shrank. Demons and ghosts had always been suppressed by the Buddhist Dharma. The Dark Queen's expression changed. She also felt a tremendous pressure fall on her. She endured it with difficulty and gritted her teeth. The hell of scorching wind Gu Yenying unleashed was affected slightly too. She thought, fighting on Great Buddha Mountain really isn't a wise choice. The two grandmasters of the School of Fame and Music felt completely at ease. Their bodies submerged in the great golden river, and their wounds rapidly healed up. They sneered at the Dark Queen. It made no difference whether she was present or not today. If you want to die, then to come to die. Mother, don't worry. Qingshan and I will take care of this matter. At this moment, Li Qingshan, kinked to qing. Kinkto to be to be to qing. At this moment, Li Qingshan said to Shaoan without even looking back, "Have you learnt it?" "I've learned it." Little and nodded and let go of Li Qingshan's hand. Ever since she arrived beside Li Qingshan and stood beside him, they had held hands. This was not to comfort and encourage one another. Instead, Li Qingshan was passing on the 3,000 forms of the sword scripture of heaven and earth to her. Sure enough, she did not disappoint him. "Then come." Li Qingshan laughed aloud and communicated with the wildflower blade soul. "What are you waiting for? Are you really going to use this move?" The wildflower blade soul asked in surprise and doubt. "Why are you suddenly concerned about me? I'm just afraid that you won't be able to hold on before you can even launch a single strike and explode. You'll embarrass me. I don't want to end up in the hands of these bald donkeys." "You bitch, shut up." Li Qingshan barked. "All right, I'd like to see how you die." One with the blade. The wildflower blade soul was furious. "Thank you for your auspicious words, Madman's End." Li Qingshan laughed out loud. At the end of the wildflower blade's edge suddenly bloomed. Large and enchanting petals wrapped around Li Qingshan's hands. The patterns spread along his arms, and in the blink of an eye, they covered his entire body. They flashed with a faint metallic luster, causing his incomparably handsome face to have an even more sinister and cruel appearance. The figure of the wildflower blade soul was faintly discernible, overlapping with his body and merging into one. Li Qingshan's body trembled violently as he knelt on one knee. The tiger demon's fury had already pushed his potential to the limit, and with the addition of the Madman's End, he had broken through his limits, causing an enormous burden. The Vajra pestle took the opportunity to press down heavily, wanting to smash him into powder. However, limits are meant to be broken through in the first place. Li Qingshan laughed maniacally as a sharp light flashed past his eyes. His scarlet hair fluttered like fire, and his phoenix wings suddenly spread open. A gust of wind swept through, displaying an extremely powerful battle stance. Break. With a flash of the saber, the Vajra pestle was broken. The surface of the cut was as smooth as a mirror. "What saber is this?" The dauntless monk was alarmed. The Vajra had been condensed from the four of their powers through the Guardian King's demon-subduing formation. It was far tougher than regular arcane treasures. Even the famed sword of the Sword Collection Palace could not break it so easily. Break. Li Qingshan's figure spun, and the ending flower saber danced wildly with him. The frenzy contained a profound saber intent, and black cracks spread on the saber's edge, containing the power of the tremor of the ox demon. In an instant, the Vajra demon's subduing formation burst forth with thousands of blade lights, like a wildflower in full bloom. The Vajra demon's subduing formation was broken. The four great Vajras retreated one after another. They had no choice but to retreat. Their unbreakable golden bodies were as weak as paper in the face of this saber light. The saber radiance was like a tornado, whistling as it broke through the hall and the roof. The layer of golden light couldn't stop it at all. Li Qingshan rushed out of the hall. In an instant, the boundless blue sky filled his heart. He looked up at the distant 9 heavens and a bright smile appeared on his face. It wasn't just his blood that was boiling but his soul as well. "Don't you dare leave, wretched demon." The dauntless monk was both surprised and furious. Originally he thought it was an impregnable cage, but it could not stop a single slash from his blade. In a daze he discovered that he had still underestimated his strength. He was powerful enough to rival the 10 demon kings. Li Qingshan looked down and turned around. He gripped the hilt firmly with both hands and suddenly flapped the wings of wind and fire. Emerged with the blade and swung down. Great Guardian Palm. The dauntless Guardian King launched a palm strike at the sky, also erupting with resplendent, golden light with the power to subdue demons. Thump, thump, thump. With 3 metallic clangs, the 3 Guardian Kings pressed against him and poured all of their power into him. Golden light suddenly lit up, blazing like the sun. The great Guardian Palm expanded to several times its original size, colliding with the descending blade of light with a rumble. There was a rumble, but it was not as great as he imagined it to be. The blade of light pierced the great Guardian Palm and cut into the Guardian King's avatar, advancing unstoppably, cutting through all obstructions and heading straight for the dauntless monk in the center. Great Guardian Wheel Imprint. The dauntless monk brought his palms together and caught the blade. He stared at Li Qingshan in disbelief. "You wretched demon?" Bald asked. "You wretched demon, haven't you said enough? I've put up with you for far too long." Li Qingshan tossed aside the hilt of the blade and threw a punch at the dauntless monk's face. The dauntless Guardian King collapsed loudly, and the dauntless monk was sent flying. He smashed through 2 pillars before smashing through the walls. Chapter 1070. The pillars shattered, slowly falling towards the ground. The building collapsed and the glazed roof tiles rained down. Sunlight poured in, shining with a rainbow glow. Everyone's expressions of shock froze on their faces. This was unimaginably powerful. "Senior brother?" The abbot. The unraging monk and the 2 old monks cried out. "Don't worry, master. Our abbot's head is still pretty tough." Li Qingshan smiled. Although the dauntless monk had always been a nuisance to him, he was still quite nice to little Anne, so he did not kill him. Otherwise, even a demon king with a tough body would only end up with his head exploding if he punched him in the head. "You damned disciple. I won't spare you today," the unraging monk said furiously. His demon chi surged with the supreme power of demon suppression, merging with his large, fat body. His fat immediately became knotted muscles, and he became scarlet red like fire as if he had been possessed by the demon of war. However, the banner on his back had the words, "Demon Suppression." Li Qingshan only smiled when he heard that. With the 2 words, "damned disciple," he had not purposefully held back in vain. Boom, boom, boom. The pillars smashed into the ground and the great hall shook violently. The shattering of the glazed roof tiles filled the air, kicking up dust. The countless Arhat, maidens and protector generals from the murals surged over together, about to drown Li Qingshan. A river of blood whistled over. The water was dark red and viscous. Countless skeletons moaned and wailed in it, extending their pale white arms. There were even a few powerful ghosts that brandished their claws and fangs, ready to devour people. The Dark Moon? The Dark Queen looked over in surprise, only to see Little and wielding a banner of white bone and blood. He waved it gently, and it actually seemed even better than the sect treasure of the Umberline sect, the Myriad Ghost Banner. It was the supreme treasure of white bone, the Blood Sea Banner. The sea of blood surged, filled with a deep, filthy aura. Wherever it passed by, the golden Buddhist light would pale in comparison. Whether it was the Arhat, maidens or protector generals, they would all be swallowed up as soon as they fell in, drowning out the Buddhist kingdom. Only the 8 grotesquely shaped murals could leap out of the sea of blood. At first glance, they all looked somewhat humanoid, but upon closer inspection, they were not human. Some were exceptionally handsome, some had the head of a snake and the body of a human, some were hideous and ferocious, some had 4 arms, and all of them had the power of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan could tell at a glance that the hideous and ferocious mural was an Asura. Normally one wouldn't be able to tell, but in the colorful and gorgeous murals, the Arhat and Celestial Maiden were just a foil. Only these 8 were the real protagonists. These were the legendary 8 divisions of the Heavenly Dragon. They were the Heavenly Dragon, the Yaksha, the Gandharv, the Asura, the Garuda, the Kinara, and the Maharaga. They were the 8 types of deities that resembled humans, yet were not. They were all fated with the Dharma, and when the Buddhas preached they would often attend and listen. The Heavenly Dragon and Dragon were the most important, which was why they were known as the 8 divisions of the Heavenly Dragon. They possessed an extremely important status in Buddhism, which was also the origin of the Chan monastery of Devanaga's name. The Chan monastery of Devanaga's supreme technique, the chant of Devanaga, sounded like a dragon's cry, but it actually contained the chanting of celestials. Li Qingshan let out a great laugh. You say I'm a wretched demon, but these 8 are clearly not human either. Aren't they enshrined in the Grand Hall as well? Isn't the chant of Devanaga just imitating the voices of wretched demons? Why are you favoring one over the other? How dare you? How dare you? The 2 old monks bellowed. Damned disciple, the beings of the 8 divisions all admire the Dharma, so they're definitely fated with the Buddha and are enshrined by us. How is that something you can comment on? Said the unraging monk. Master, I'm fated with the Buddha too. The dauntless abbot even said I possess a deep Buddhist nature. After listening to the Dharma of the Zen heart, I even gained a little Zen heart. Unraging, there's no need to waste your breath on him. Hurry up and purge demons and protect the sect. Rationality is undivided and Buddhahood is one. Fist of Wisdom. A monk king punched out with both fists, forming the fist of the Buddha with both hands. His 10 fingers intertwined, hurling it towards Li Qingshan's back as hard as he could. This was the palm seal of Vairocana of the Vajra realm. It used great wisdom to break through the maze, preventing the enemy from escaping. Afterwards, it used the strength of Vajra to crush the enemy. It was the most powerful technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. The Sword of Dharma Wisdom. Another monk king raised a sword 5 feet long with both hands. His figure was small and hunched, like a child wielding an adult's weapon, which seemed extremely uncoordinated. However, his expression was naive and simple, filled with sincerity. He bowed deeply and swung his sword towards Li Qingshan's head. He used the final form of the Sword of Dharma right away. The child worships the Buddha. If he were not a true Buddha, then only death awaited him. At the same time, the 8 divisions of spiritual beings struck out together. The sky was peaceful, untainted by dust and dirt. It stood high above like a god, chanting softly. The dragon soared into the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, producing a resonant dragon's roar that rang through the clouds. When Li Qingshan heard these 2 sounds, he felt like they had entered his head from his left and right ear respectively. With a rumble, the 2 sounds combined and became the supreme technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the chant of Devanaga. It was different from the chant of Devanaga of eminent monks. It was more primitive, lacking some of the profound Zen intent. However, it possessed even more wondrous destructive power, making his soul surge. Gandharv was graceful and beautiful. She only wore a white veil, but layers of unpredictable colorful smoke coiled around her, giving off a heavy fragrance. It was enough to make people dizzy, yet they could not help but want to smell it. It was like a dream. Asura was the most valiant and ferocious. He let out a battle roar and charged over with a weapon in hand, radiating with surging battle intent. He was basically no different from a true Asura king, perhaps even purer. Yaksha was no less vicious than an Asura. He had a green face, sharp fangs, and a pair of horns protruded from his forehead, but he moved swiftly and silently. He unfurled his wings and launched a swift attack. Kinara had a single horn on his head. He sang and danced gracefully as if he was not fighting, but attending a grand banquet. His steps changed constantly, making it difficult to grasp. He seemed to move slowly, but he arrived before Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye, grabbing towards his throat like he was dancing. Garuda let out a long, sorrowful cry. He unfurled his wings, blotting out the sun. Various solemn colors appeared, and his sharp beak stabbed towards the back of Li Qingshan's head. He was so fast that he struggled to react. Maharaga originally had the head of a snake and the body of a human, but he suddenly turned into a huge black python. He opened his mouth, which was filled with endless darkness, and swallowed Li Qingshan. Although the 8 tribes of Devanaga were only conjured from a mural, The painter had clearly already comprehended the essence of the 8 tribes. They all possessed divine might, and they worked together with great teamwork. It was enough to rival the combined efforts of 10 great cultivators, and on Great Buddha Mountain, the sound of Sanskrit formation of world purification was several times more powerful. If someone who did not know what was good for them wanted to barge into the Chan monastery of Devanaga, there would be no need for the monks in the monastery to take action at all. Just the colossal mural was enough to make them die here, and just what kind of abilities did the person who could paint a mural like that possess? What of 5 absolutes immortal? Chapter 1071. Bang. Just as Li Qingshan was thinking that, a golden barefoot foot appeared in front of him, crushing the sea of blood with a single stomp. Even Great Buddha Mountain trembled. The golden, barefoot foot was a calf even thicker than the pillars of the hall. Li Qingshan raised his head and met a pair of benevolent, peaceful golden faces. His heart shivered. This was the great Buddha that had sat in the grand hall for thousands of years. Time seemed to stop. The great Buddha seemed to stand beyond the river of time. He was clearly just a statue, and his expression did not change at all, but he seemed even more lifelike than the various demigods and semi-devils. He seemed even more lifelike than all the creatures he had seen before. Countless emotions seemed to flow and surge behind the golden Buddha's face. He did not show the slightest bit of arrogance. As a matter of fact, he seemed even more peaceful than mortals, but he was unreachable, overlooking the 6 realms and the 3,000 worlds. The great Buddha had gathered the power of belief from millions of believers, possessing a sliver of true Buddhist nature. Every single movement of his possessed great might, on par with the great guardian king's palm that the 4 monk kings unleashed together. He was even more powerful than the fire god Zhurong that Li Qingshan had once fought. So this is the most powerful existence of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He's not some reclusive sweeping monk. Instead he sits right on top of Great Buddha Mountain. Back in our south, even if Cheongchi took action, he probably wouldn't be so powerful. The saying, if a god obstructs us, we'll slay a god. If a Buddha obstructs us, we'll slay a Buddha. That was only the nonsense of mortals. Only by personally witnessing the existence of gods and Buddhas, even if it was only a sliver of will or a sliver of spirituality, could they understand the terror of gods and Buddhas. And the one before him was not a god on the level of fire god Zhurong or demon god Cheongchi either. Instead, he was the ancestor of all Buddhas, the Buddhist Tathagata. Li Qingshan no longer had the strength to care about his surroundings. Only by concentrating all of his willpower could he contend against the Buddhist nature of the great Buddha. The wide, golden Buddha's palm was raised high into the air. It seemed extremely heavy and slow, pressing down slowly towards Li Qingshan's head. The Buddha's palm was only several dozen meters wide, but it gave him the feeling that it was boundless, with nowhere to run. With every inch he pressed down, the pressure on his body multiplied. A cold smile appeared on Chu Lai King's face. Even a great cultivator would be smashed to dust by this palm, not to mention the fact that he was surrounded by the demigods, 8 tribes and 2 monk kings. Even in his current position, he was in great danger. The grandmasters of the academy also let out a sigh of relief inside. After seeing the dauntless monk knocked away, they no longer had the ambition to purge demons and demons. It would be for the best if the matter could be resolved so easily. Before the Buddha's palm arrived, Garuda's golden beak was already about to peck the back of Li Qingshan's head. A flawless hand stretched out and gently grabbed the golden beak. It was little Anne. She waved her hand and a string of golden prayer beads flew over. They spun and turned into 33 skulls that let out a strange cackle. Then they turned into 33 skeletal demons. Pale samadhi flames of white bone burned in their eye sockets, and their bodies were dyed with a layer of golden light, showing a strange posture where Buddha and devil coexisted. Bang! Dang! The wisdom fist imprint and the Dharma sword basically struck the 2 skeletal demons at the same time. The skeletal demons were blown away, but they climbed back to their feet with a flip, still cackling. A deep fist imprint and a sword slash appeared on their white bones, but it was not fatal. Skeletal demons did not care about their lives in the first place, and the Buddhist techniques that specialized in suppressing evil in the world did not seem to be particularly effective against skeletal demons. Instead, 2 other skeletal demons used this opportunity to swipe down with their claws and bite with their teeth, forcing the 2 monk kings to retreat and defend themselves. The other skeletal demons all lunged at the 8 tribes' heavenly dragon. The chant of Devanaga was immediately silenced. No matter how vicious the Asura's attacks were, They were unable to kill a skeletal demon whose body was even tougher than an arcane treasure so easily. Gandharv's mysterious fragrance was useless too. No matter how unpredictable the Asura's dance steps were, no matter how swift and silent the Yiksha's movements were, they were unable to avoid the encirclement of over a dozen skeletal demons. Maharaga swallowed 3 skeletal demons in a single gulp, but he immediately began to writhe about in pain. In particular, Garuda, whose beak had been grabbed by little Anne, had its glowing wings latched onto by 2 skeletal demons. They bit at them viciously, causing its golden feathers to drift about in a mess. Its cries became even more sorrowful. In a single moment, the numbers had been reversed, and it was such a forceful reversal that it left all the cultivators dumbfounded. In particular, the great Grandmaster of Moism took the greatest pride in his life from the puppet kings in his possession. Every single puppet king was as powerful as great cultivators, and they did not fear death. However, compared to these skeletal demons, they paled in comparison, and their numbers paled in comparison too. As a result, he immediately suffered a vicious blow. Jin Fugue and Yu Wuyang exchanged glances. They shared similar shock and doubt. Aren't we still in the 9 provinces? A battle, no, a war on this level was something they had never seen in their lives. The Dark Queen was both surprised and overjoyed, but there was also a hint of melancholy within her pride. She no longer needed her protection. No one could harm her anymore. She sneered at Chu Lai King. Do you regret it? The fierce king of Chu couldn't believe that this was his daughter, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. Although the Ji clan was well established and had many descendants, none of them could compare to her, not even Ji Xuanri. If she became king of Chu, perhaps she would be the most powerful king of Chu in history. Coupled with Li Qingshan's cooperation, she might even be able to bring an end to the South Shine Kingdom. Perhaps just now he should not have been so ruthless with his words. However, as soon as the thought appeared, he immediately dismissed it. He was not the type of person to be overly cautious and indecisive. He could no longer go back on what had happened today. The kid from back then has become so terrifying now. Gu Yening sighed inside. She said to the nearby master of the Sword Collection Palace, "It doesn't matter what you want to do, Palace Master. Why did you have to provoke them? It won't end well now, will it?" The master of the Sword Collection Palace was currently controlling the heavenly sword to continue attacking the scorching wind hell. When he heard that, his face sank. He also felt rather vexed inside. Just what kind of monsters had he provoked? Originally, dealing with Li Qingshan was a casual move he had made. If he could not achieve his objective, he would just eliminate him. However, he never thought this chess piece would overturn the board in the blink of an eye, almost trying to devour him as the chess player. Everyone shared the same thought. If these 2 people did not die on Great Buddha Mountain today, was there still anyone in the 9 provinces who could stop them? Li Qingshan suddenly felt his body lighten. It was not because the attacks from the 8 tribes' heavenly dragon and the 2 monk kings had been blocked, but because the golden Buddha's palm above his head had suddenly changed targets, slamming towards Little Anne instead. The Buddha's eye opened a little more, staring at her. Little Anne did not block it forcefully. With a gentle shake of the Blood Sea banner, the golden Buddha was sucked into it. The Blood Sea banner had always been a space of its own, and unlike the Azura field, it was specially used for capturing. Attacking with the river of blood would not be able to demonstrate its true power. Chapter 1072. Before he knew it, the monk king of the 7 treasures had arrived in the grand hall. He stared at Little and furiously as Tathagata of myriad treasures shimmered behind him. He held 7 Buddhist treasures that glowed with rainbow light. He seemed dignified. Originally, he was still thinking about how to take Little and back to the Dragon Province's Lingua Temple, but he never expected something like this to happen. Even when Little and stood beside Li Qingshan when she killed Ji Xuanri, he still held on to a sliver of hope, or perhaps it was a fantasy that there was some inside story behind all of this. His impression of Little Anne was just too good. Only when the 33 prayer beads that had once defeated him turned into 33 skeleton demons did his fantasy completely shatter. Fury from being deceived and fooled immediately surged into his head. He could not hold it in anymore. Enemy of Buddha? Little Anne's heart rippled. It made sense, yet there was also some disdain. That's not a bad title, Li Qingshan smiled. Enemy of Buddha, as the name suggested, was an enemy of Buddhism, but not just anyone had the right to be called that. Even the soaring Locust King, who had killed millions and was absolutely irreconcilable with the Chan monastery of Devanaga, did not necessarily have the right, let alone regular demons and monsters. However, the path of white bone and great beauty she used could immediately make these two words appear in the minds of all eminent monks of Buddhism. The general principle was to slander the Buddhist Dharma, and the oath was to kill gods and Buddhas. She cultivated it layer by layer just so that the title of enemy of Buddha would become even more true, until she became the white bone bodhisattva. The monk king of the seven treasures was furious. He no longer said anything else. He drew a circle with his hands and pushed forward forcefully. Demon subduing of the seven treasures. The seven Buddhist treasures shot towards Little Ann with 7 streaks of light. This time Little Ann did not have the 33 prayer beads to block it, and the blood sea banner surged. Trapping the Buddha for a while was already its limit, and the monk king of the seven treasures who was on full alert would not be struck so easily by the Buddha-slaying sword either. Suddenly her face became solemn, and inviolable. She chanted softly, "Precept of 4 parts? Precepts." The monk king of the seven treasures shuddered and became immobilized. He cried out in surprise. This was not a lawyer for lawsuits, but a respectful title that Buddhist disciples used to refer to great cultivators of Vinaya. The Vinaya school was in charge of passing down the laws of Buddhism, and it had great prestige in Buddhism. It could even punish the disciples of other sects and temples. However, because the precepts were too strict and cultivation was too difficult, ordinary Buddhist disciples were unable to endure it. Therefore there were very few disciples and lawyers were even rarer. He had never thought that the enemy of Buddha would be a great cultivator. While struggling, he continued to activate the 7 Buddhist treasures. Grandmaster 7 treasures, receive your Buddha. Shaoan waved the blood sea banner. 7 Monk king of air 7 treasures. Shao king at Zhen, king E 7 treasures. Saints said, what, a Yang, Buddha? When the 7 Buddhist treasures collided with the Buddha, they were all sent flying. The coral mountain was directly smashed to pieces. He had no time to feel sorry for them because he discovered that he was still unable to move. Buddhist techniques were righteous and dignified, and could not be invaded by external evils. The 7 treasures monk king who cultivated the 7 treasures sutra, had an extremely powerful will. Originally he was least afraid of a law incantation like the body-locking curse. However, if there was anything that could restrain Buddhist techniques, it would be the numerous precepts of Vinaya. The precepts protected the laws of Buddhism, so they were originally targeted at Buddhist disciples. Meanwhile, Little Ann had inherited the relic of the divine nun of the South Sea. Compared to the chant of Devanaga, the precept of 4 parts was closer to the foundation of her cultivation. As a result, the monk king of the 7 treasures could only watch as the Buddha came crashing over. A thought flashed through his mind. She is clearly the enemy of Buddha, so why is her Buddhist technique so profound, even able to transcend 2 great sects? Bang! The monk king of the 7 treasures pressed the side of his face firmly against the Buddha. His limbs spread out in a shape, smashing through an entire wall of the grand hall loudly and falling towards the mountain. From the corner of his eye, he saw an ugly monk with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes leap out from the cliff. His ugly face was also stunned. Bang! Before the monk king of the 7 treasures could even warn him, the Buddha had already collided with the ugly monk. Another thought flashed through his head. That face seems a little familiar. The dauntless monk was sent flying by a punch from Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan did not want to kill him, he had not gone easy on him either. He fell off the cliff and only returned to his senses after quite some difficulty. He was both surprised and furious. Ignoring the half-collapsed face, he immediately flew up. Right when he was about to face Li Qingshan in a battle to the death, he saw the great Buddha he had worshipped his entire life fly towards him, with a monk king of the 7 treasures stuck to it. He could not help but become stunned. Although he had not fallen for Little Ann's precepts, Li Qingshan's punch had originally been to cripple him so that he would not run out to cause trouble again. His mind was in turmoil and his head was spinning, so how could he react? As a result, the great Buddha and the 2 shapes fell towards the mountain together. "Abbot, I've been impolite," Little Ann said with an almost undetectable voice. There was no rumble of the Buddha landing below the mountain. With a flash of golden light, the Buddha had already shaken off all his blood. A pair of golden bare feet stood on Great Buddha Mountain again, radiating with Buddhist light like a rising sun. The Buddha's face was emotionless, but some of its peacefulness had dispersed. It took a step and arrived before Little Ann, slamming down with its palm. "Li Qingshan, come and help," Gu Yinian called out from afar. The scorching wind hell was already on the verge of collapse under the attacks of the heaven-reliant sword. She could retreat easily, but protecting Hua Sengzan would be difficult. Qingshan, you go. Leave this to me. Little Anne said. All right. Li Qingshan believed in Little Anne's strength and cleverness. Even if he could not emerge victorious, protecting himself was not a problem. His true enemy was not the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He glanced at the master of the sword collection palace, and his eyes brimmed with killing intent. At this moment, a scarlet-red figure blocked his way, wrapped in black chains. The two words demon suppression drifted behind him. Master. Li Qingshan frowned. This was the opponent he wanted to face the most. He would rather face the great Buddha than become enemies with the unraging monk. Apologies, Qingshan. My skeleton demon can't keep him busy, Little Anne communicated as he dodged the Buddha's huge palm. At the end of the day, the 8 tribes of Devanaga did not possess much intelligence, so they became embroiled in battle with the skeleton demon. The other 2 monk kings were the same as the 7 treasures monk kings, treating Little Anne as their greatest enemy. Only the unraging monk's gaze remained locked onto Li Qingshan the entire time. I've always called you a damned disciple, but I never thought it would come true. Whatever, I better just call you Qingshan. The unraging monk sighed. As long as you like it, Li Qingshan smiled. I didn't think there would be a second time so soon, said the unraging monk. Master, you're not my opponent, Li Qingshan said seriously. Chapter 1073. Li Qingshan felt his chest heat up. As he gazed at the scarlet-red face, he suddenly had no idea what to say. The grand hall slowly collapsed as the majestic chanting echoed endlessly. It was invisible and weightless, but it felt like a mountain pressed down on him. It was like a surging river, constantly slapping and shaking up his soul. He could only suppress it with the spirit turtle. His body was scarlet-red like fire too. Hot blood surged through his thin skin, like a river of magma flowing beneath the surface, ready to surge out and swallow him at any time. Limits were meant to be broken through, and breaking through limits came with a price. He could not last for too long in this state. However, the pain of both internal and external pressure paled in comparison to the hint of guilt in his heart. Just recently, the owner of this face had once used his life to protect him, allowing him to leave the demon suppression tower calmly and allowing him to refine the end wildflower blade. He had always been clear about his debts of gratitude and grievances, yet he owed him far too much. Demon suppression, the unraging monk bellowed out. A huge shadow obscured the sky. The pitch-black demon suppression tower descended from above, as lofty as a mountain. Li Qingshan raised his head. This was the largest demon suppression tower he had ever seen in his life. This was not only because of the unraging monk's extremely high cultivation of the demon suppression statuary, but also because of his extremely powerful demonic nature. Li Qingshan did not dodge. The moment the demon suppression tower descended, he looked at the unraging monk and said, Master, I might be a demon, but I'm not a bad person. Boom. Great Buddha mountain shook, and Li Qingshan's figure vanished from below the demon suppression tower. The unraging monk shuddered inside and clenched his fist. I know. Below the demon suppression tower, Li Qingshan's ears fell silent. The mighty sound of Sanskrit was isolated outside, allowing his agitated soul to calm down. He understood that the unraging monk had done this on purpose. He closed his eyes, but he raised the end wildflower blade. I can't stop here yet. Qingshan, give me some time. The unraging monk's voice rang out. Master, it's useless. Li Qingshan seemed to have guessed what the unraging monk wanted to do. He could not help but shake his head. He gripped the hilt with both hands, but he did not swing down. Don't be angry, this is a good disciple you took in. The scholarly great grandmaster shouted in anger. Master Zhu. The unraging monk looked back. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and open the pagoda so we can kill him. Master Zhu raised his sword. His face was filled with killing intent. The unraging monk said, I can send him to the Demon Suppression Hall? Demon Suppression Hall? Do you still want another soaring locust king? Master Zhu interrupted and said with a sneer. North Moon is not the flying locust king. The unraging monk said firmly. He knew there had been many conflicts between the North Moon and the cultivators of the Green Province, but he would never simply believe that it was all one side's fault. Grandmaster Unraging. I know you've always pitted wretched demons, but there definitely won't be a second outcome for what happened today. Yeah, don't ruin the monastery's unblemished reputation over a single misstep. All the great grandmasters gathered around and said. Originally, when Li Qingshan was trapped in the Guardian King's demon-subduing formation, aside from the two great grandmasters of the School of Music and the Famers, the other great grandmasters struggled to interfere. Afterwards, when the Buddha's palms slammed down, they felt like there was no need for them to interfere anymore. Only when Li Qingshan cut through the Guardian King's demon-subduing formation, sent the dauntless monk flying with a punch, and turned the situation around in a single stroke did the great grandmasters return to their senses. Right when they were about to purge the demon, they were stopped by the demon suppression tower. Gazes shot towards the unraging monk, filled with disdain, ridicule, and criticism. The unraging monk faced them coldly, unfazed. Master Zhu said, "Unraging monk. You've been deceived by demons, leading a wolf into your home, resulting in the death of the Ming concubine. That's already a grave sin, yet you still refuse to cooperate with us. Hurry up and kill this demon to redeem yourself. Don't tell me you're still trying to protect this demon? Old bastard, if you hate demons so much, why don't you go slay dragons in the Ink Sea? What are you making so much noise for?" The unraging monk called out. Master Zhu was taken aback. He never thought he would be bold enough to retort. "Unraging, stop being so stubborn. Even if he's not a demon, what he's done is still punishable by death. Where's the raging monk who abhorred evil in the past?" Chu Lai King walked over slowly and said sternly, "Why would I tolerate evil and nurture evil? However, there's probably something very suspicious about this place. Otherwise, why would he insist on fighting here if he's not crazy? Even if we want to kill him, we need to get to the bottom of this first." The unraging monk did not trust Li Qingshan blindly. Instead, he found the entire matter to be very unreasonable. Li Qingshan was violent, but he was not a man without brains. There must be a very deep reason why he would go as far as to expose himself and kill the Ming concubine at a time and place like this, even if he was in dire straits. None of the great grandmasters were stupid either. They obviously had their suspicions, but this did not affect their determination to kill Li Qingshan. No matter what the twists and turns were, it was not important at all. Just the fact that a demon king had publicly killed a great cultivator was enough to incite their common hatred for a common enemy. "Don't you forget your identity," Chu Lai King said sternly. No matter how many reasons he had to prove that the Ming concubine deserved to die, he had to kill Li Qingshan no matter what. As a matter of fact, this was no longer a personal grievance, but a conflict between humans and demons. Even if the person Li Qingshan had killed was not the Ming concubine but some other unrelated great cultivator, he still had to lead everyone to kill the North Moon here as the leader of the cultivation community of the Green Province. Is identity even more important than good or evil? The unraging monk bellowed furiously. His scarlet face was rather vicious, as if the monk of fury had come back to life. In the past, the monk of fury did not care about his identity. He did not care whether they were mortal cultivators, humans, or demons. He would kill the evil and save the good, stubbornly going his own way. In the end, he was surrounded by enemies and condemned by everyone, basically forced into dire straits. He had to rely on the protection of the sect to protect himself. He struggled to calm his anger, almost suffering from chi deviation. "It's been so many years, yet you still don't get it?" Chu Lai King asked. "Yeah, I don't get it. Is it wrong to be benevolent? Is it wrong to punish the evil and promote the good? Is it wrong to be equal?" The unraging monk widened his eyes furiously. "Junior brother." The dauntless monk climbed up Great Buddha Mountain again. The huge golden Buddha stopped halfway. He had also unleashed his Guardian King's avatar to block it, so the impact he received was not particularly severe. His face became even uglier as he stared at the unraging monk in shock. It was like yesterday had replayed itself. The monk of fury from the past had questioned him 3 times in the Grand Hall. Perhaps the monk of fury had never died. He had just hidden himself beneath Great Buddha Mountain, refusing to let his anger be incited again. Chu Lai King frowned firmly. Teacher Zhu said, "Your Majesty, this bastard allied with demons in the past, which is unacceptable to our cultivation community. Now that he's been contaminated by demon chi, he has completely fallen into the demonic path. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga really doesn't know how to choose disciples." With a clang, he drew his sword and pointed it at the unraging monk. "Baldass, if you still don't open the tower, don't blame my sword for being merciless." Before he had even finished talking, he suddenly took off, rushing towards the demon suppression tower. Everyone else thought he was trying to cut through the demon suppression tower, eager to fight to the death against the North Moon. They praised him inside for his courage. However, Teacher Zhu was frightened. He felt like an invisible force had gripped him. Chapter 1074. The blade in Li Qingshan's right hand smashed through the demon suppression tower. He spread the fingers of his left hand and enveloped Master Zhu, gravity of the earth. At the same time, his scarlet eyes were like a tiger's, filled with malice, the nightmare tiger's demonic eyes. Be careful, fellow. Only then did the Grandmasters realize something was amiss and called out. When they forced the unraging monk to let Li Qingshan out, they also felt at ease suppressing him beneath the tower. Never did they think he would actually be able to capture someone through the demon suppression tower, catching them off guard. Now that they thought about it, just now, Li Qingshan had used this exact move to save Hua Sengzan from the palace master's sword. It was not that their memories were bad, but because even Qi practitioners could use a method like retrieving something from thin air. They had never thought it would be an innate ability. Wretched demon. All Master Zhu saw was Li Qingshan's vicious grin rushing towards him, and all of his hairs stood on end. In particular, when he saw the scarlet eyes, he became even more frightened. He thought of the Ming concubine's horrific fate and tried his best to break free and distance himself, but the invisible force was so great that he struggled to resist. It was impossible for him to achieve something that even the myriad poison ancestor could not do in the past. Who knew how many times stronger Li Qingshan was now compared to back then? Oh no, if I'm frightened by this wretched demon and lose my courage, I'll probably be dead for sure. The heart of the world is my heart. Unity of man and nature. Master Zhu let out a great roar and rushed up to receive him. He unleashed the supreme technique of Confucianism, the three strategies of celestial and human, as hard as he could. His scholarly robes fluttered, and he became righteous and impervious to all evil. He broke free from the shock of the nightmare tiger's demonic eyes and no longer showed any fear on his face. He seemed like a gentleman from ancient times, standing between the heavens and the earth. The sword is the weapon of a gentleman. Master Zhu swung his sleeve and raised his sword, swinging it down. The strike was upright and peaceful, dignified and majestic. It did not possess the sharpness of the heavenly reliance sword, nor the sincerity of the Dharma sword. There was only a sense of magnanimity. He wanted to establish his heart for the world, establish his life for the people, inherit the supreme techniques of the past, and establish peace for all generations. Layer upon layer of sword lights overlapped each other and pressed down towards Li Qingshan, and it was both offensive and defensive without any flaws. Teacher Zhu stood high above the city wall, looking down at Li Qingshan. He was like a scholarly general who could bring peace to the world with his pen and settle the world with his martial prowess. He was preparing to command the three armies and destroy the roving bandits. Everyone eased up inside. They thought, Master Zhu really is a grandmaster of Confucianism after all. The noble sword style has already reached a level of perfection, and it's powered by the three strategies of Celestial, a supreme technique of Confucianism, multiplying its power. The evil warding sword in his hand is no weaker than the 10 famed swords of the Sword Collection Palace. He only needs to hold on for a little longer, and we'll be able to save him in time and kill this wretched demon. Li Qingshan continued to use the gravity field with his left hand as he wielded his saber with his right hand. He did not give off any ferocious aura. In fact, he even seemed to be careless. The saber flashed, the noble sword was broken and the evil warding sword was broken. Come here. Li Qingshan grabbed Teacher Zhu's head. If your city walls are impregnable, I'll break through them myself, kill my way to the top of the city walls, and capture the commander-in-chief alive. Only then did everyone return to their senses. Immediately, none of their arcane treasures or techniques dared to attack. They were all dumbfounded. How was this possible? Concubine Ming had been killed in a single punch. She could be said to have been caught off guard, having fallen into the wretched demon's trap. However, Teacher Zhu had used his full strength, yet he had been captured so easily by the wretched demon. Only Yu Wuyang had vaguely guessed this outcome. He had personally experienced the power of the Wildflower Blade Soul. The Azura weapon, the Wildflower Blade, was even sharper than the 10 famed swords, and the blade techniques of the Wildflower Blade Soul were countless times more profound than Teacher Zhu's swordsmanship. The Wildflower Blade Soul was limited by its own strength, so it was unable to unleash its full power. It had almost forced him, a great general king, into dire straits. However, after becoming one with Li Qingshan, it was no longer a blade technique that belonged to the 9 provinces. Instead, it was a blade technique that belonged to the Azura realm. How could Teacher Zhu be Li Qingshan's opponent? Evildoer, how dare you? Teacher Zhu was horrified. A strange vibration spread through his body, causing his bones to crack. He could no longer move and he could no longer maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. You think you can call me a bald donkey? Li Qingshan roared and slashed down with his blade. Blood splattered. Teacher Zhu suddenly felt his vision split into two and he saw his other half. He also saw the shocked faces of the great grandmasters around him. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan drew, grabbed, shouted, and slashed down with his blade. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Teacher Zhu was beheaded. Everyone suddenly remembered Li Qingshan's words. If you become a ghost under my blade, don't regret it. No, I will not die here. A white nascent soul flew out and hurriedly fled. However, a huge hand followed closely behind, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. You want to leave? Freeze. The great grandmaster shouted in a low voice and used the freeze spell. Li Qingshan's figure paused. Evildoer, don't be so arrogant. Fellow Taoist Zhu, run. The great grandmasters attacked together, using the ultimate techniques of their clans. Li Qingshan shuddered all over. As soon as he broke free from the freezing curse, a vast, boundless field expanded out beside him. He discovered he was currently standing in a sea of golden wheat that reached his waist. A few strands of white clouds drifted through the blue sky as the warm wind kicked up ripples of wheat. The air was scorching yet fresh, which was enough to calm the mind and make people drowsy. An old voice came from the horizon. This is this old man's secret farmland. Fellow Taoists, killing intent is too heavy. Why don't you rest here and enjoy the scenery of the countryside? You are a great cultivator of the agricultural sect. Li Qingshan asked. I'm just an old man plowing the fields. Rain falls from the heavens and all things awaken. The great grandmaster of the agricultural sect gave an order, and the scenery of the secret farmland suddenly changed. Countless sinister plants drilled out of the earth and rushed at Li Qingshan. This is the so-called countryside scenery? Li Qingshan smiled coldly. You brought about your own destruction, so don't blame others. Fellow Taoists, quickly make your move and slay the demon. Before he finished, the sound of zither strings rang out. In a split second, killing intent soared into the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were attacking. It was the sound of the great grandmaster of the school of music's pipa. Although it wasn't as vast and grand as the Sanskrit chanting, it was as sharp as a sword. It cut through the undulating waves of wheat and slashed at Li Qingshan. The blue sky suddenly darkened. The wind blew and the clouds gathered. Suddenly there was the sound of thunder. A Taoist wearing a tall crown and feathered clothes stood in the wind and clouds. He held a peachwood sword in his hand and lightning coiled around the sword. He drew an arc and pointed it at Li Qingshan. God of thunder, help me, heavenly thunder, slay the demon. A huge figure formed by interweaving lightning appeared. It had a pair of wings on its back and a sharp mouth and monkey face. Its left hand held a wedge and its right hand held an awl. The heaven and earth lit up, and a bolt of lightning struck down at Li Qingshan's head. This was the most powerful thunder technique of the school of Taoism. In the past, the patriarch of the 100 schools of thought, Zhou Tong, cultivated this technique. Compared to this great grandmaster of the school of thought, it was like a child playing house. It was as if the god of thunder had descended into the world, enforcing the law on behalf of the heavens and slaying the demon. If I want to kill him, who can stop me? Chapter 1075. The surging power of tremors was added to the strike. There was a flash of black light, and the garden's secret realm was destroyed. Master, listen to me. Doing good is rarely rewarded, punishing evil is always met with retribution. Life has never been equal. There are no gods above us. Justice is only within the blade. Li Qingshan took a step out and chanted slowly. Whether it was the vicious plants, the sharp zither music, or even the terrifying lightning, they were all cast behind him. The unraging monk let out a long sigh. It was all in vain. Oh no, fellow Feng is still outside. The Grandmaster's expression changed. How is this possible? A withered old man cried out involuntarily. He gazed at Li Qingshan, who had suddenly appeared. His face was filled with disbelief. How could his garden's secret realm be cut open so easily? A domain of its own was an extremely powerful and rare method of cultivation. Even among great cultivators there were not many who could grasp it. It was most skilled at fending off enemies and trapping them. The master of the Sword Collection Palace's cultivation in the path of the sword had reached the very limits, yet he still failed to get through Gu Yining's scorching wind hell. The huge, golden Buddha possessed the great power of a god, but it had also been trapped by Little An's Blood Sea banner for a while. Originally, he thought Li Qingshan would have to do something to break free, and Chu Lai King and the other grandmasters would never give him that opportunity. He never thought he would destroy the garden's secret realm with a single strike. However, little did he know that Li Qingshan possessed the supreme ability, the tremors of the ox demon. Who knew how much space it had smashed through? Even the Mist Province cauldron had been forcefully shattered, let alone his puny domain. The end wildflower blade could already endure the power of tremors. Through the profound blade techniques of the wildflower blade soul, it basically cut through anything. You're the one plowing the fields? A huge black shadow loomed over them and rapidly approached them. A pair of scarlet eyes were like fire. Its scarlet eyes shone like fire as it looked down at the withered old man. Why, the Grandmaster of the School of Agriculture took a step back. His expression changed drastically as he shivered inside. He swung a gleaming hoe as hard as he could at the shadow, but he seemed extremely weak. He had no will to fight at all. The School of Agriculture was not good at fighting in the first place. Even this magic treasure was not used to kill enemies. Since the great swordsman Ming Fei, who wielded a famous sword, was killed with a single punch, how could he have the confidence to fight against Li Qingshan? However, at this moment, apart from him, all the other great grandmasters, including Chu Lai King, were still in the Hall of Great Strength. They were all taken into his farmland mystic realm. The master of the Sword Collection Palace did not seem to have any intention of helping either. He stubbornly attacked the scorching wind hell, as if he really wanted to kill Wasungzan at all costs. As a result, this agricultural grandmaster had no choice but to face Li Qingshan alone. He had originally thought that this was his ultimate move to save his life and trap the enemy, but he never expected that he would fall into such an awkward and terrifying situation. As he swung the hoe, he hurriedly withdrew from the garden mystic realm, but there was a time difference. Li Qingshan grabbed the agricultural school grandmaster's neck and lifted her up like he was lifting a chick. He spun her around in his hand, and with her head facing downwards, he threw her down forcefully. Go back to the fields if you're plowing. The grandmaster of the agriculture sect had yet to react. I felt my neck tighten and then the world seemed to spin around me. I saw a face full of fear reflected on the mirror like gold bricks. It was my face. The face was rapidly enlarging. No. Boom. More than half of his body was stuck in the solid and thick golden bricks of the Hall of Great Strength, leaving only a pair of slightly bumpy legs struggling in the air. Blood overflowed and flowed on the ground. Just as Li Qingshan was about to deliver another blow, he saw that Teacher Zhu's nascent soul was about to fly out of the Hall of Great Strength, while Chu Lai King and the others had already escaped from the mystic realm of farmland. He charged over with a murderous aura, and a bolt of lightning tore through the air. Li Qingshan flapped his windfire wings and dodged the lightning strike. Then he pounced towards Teacher Zhu's nascent soul and said, "Old man, I'll spare you this time, but if you dare to come out and court death again, I'll take your life." The two bumpy legs immediately stiffened, standing there without moving at all, like a sprout that had just been planted. The grandmasters all found this extremely comical, but when they thought about how they would probably suffer the same fate if they ended up in Li Qingshan's hands, how could they laugh? They could not help but think back to the great cultivators who had faced Li Qingshan from the very beginning until now. Concubine Ming had been reduced to a pulp, and even her nascent soul had been directly shattered. The dauntless monk had been sent flying with a single punch, clearly still holding back. Teacher Zhu's body had been destroyed, and it seemed like even his nascent soul would struggle to escape. Only this fellow Feng could be considered lucky. Their desire to purge demons and demons could not help but fade slightly. They did not have a fellow disciple they were familiar with who had died to Li Qingshan's hands, nor did they have a grievance as great as Teacher Zhu's. Concubine Ming and Ji Xuanri's fates were miserable, but they were not their wives and children after all. If they took such a great risk just for the sake of a demon, it did not seem to be worth it anymore. Just like how no one would actually be foolish enough to purge demons in the Ink Sea, the North Moon did not seem to be much different from the Dragon King of the Sea. However, they were rather caught between a rock and a hard place right now. They could not just watch as Teacher Zhu was killed, or what dignity would they have left to remain in the Green Province? And the King Chu had already issued an order, so they could not just ignore it. "North Moon, I swear I won't stop until I kill you." Chu Lai King roared furiously and turned into a streak of light, chasing after Li Qingshan. Teacher Zhu had been cleaved in half right in front of him, which was already a great humiliation to him. In the blink of an eye, another person had fallen victim to his vicious hands, which was basically like 2 slaps to his face. He was filled with hatred. He gripped a golden seal in his left hand and a tiny cauldron in his right. They were both simple and heavy. However, with the entire world in perspective, there were probably not many people who were faster than Li Qingshan right now. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Teacher Zhu's soul nascence and reached out with his hand. He smiled viciously. Let's see who can save you this time. Wretched demon, I'll take you down with me. Teacher Zhu was rather staunch, blowing up his soul nascence without the slightest hesitation. The unraging monk had already returned to his normal state, but he seemed rather dejected. His efforts were still futile at the end of the day. Suddenly, he saw the great grandmaster of the School of Agriculture stabbed into the ground without moving. His expression became rather strange as he probed. Fellow Feng, should I help you out? No. A heavy cry rang out from underground, and his tone eased up slightly. Unraging, Master, you don't have to worry about me. I can get out by myself. If you want to worry about me, you better deal with that wretched disciple of yours first. Sai, I've offended you. The unraging monk said apologetically. As a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he obviously could not assist outsiders, but it was impossible for him to assist Chu Lai King and the others in capturing and killing Li Qingshan. Suddenly, he shook his head and returned to the foot of Great Buddha Mountain. Before the demon suppression point, he collapsed on the rock and fell asleep. In the great hall, the 2 bowed legs began to move again, but they sank inch by inch until they were completely buried in the ground. Chapter 1076. Li Qingshan's pupils constricted. Time seemed to slow down as the nascent soul's inherent form disintegrated, turning from the shape of an infant into a hazy white sphere. Cracks appeared on the sphere as streaks of dazzling white light shot out. Under Master Zhu's final will, it flew towards him rapidly. Under such speed there was no time to dodge at all. A strong sense of danger surged into his heart. He had used the tiger demon's fury and end of the fanatic at the same time, and his body was already on the verge of collapse. He could not endure another nascent soul explosion. Fellow Zhu. Damn the wretched. The great grandmasters all shouted angrily, but they secretly sighed in relief. They would finally be able to kill this wretched demon this time. Master Zhu sacrificed himself for the sake of purging demons. This was enough for the entire cultivation world to remember for 1,000 years. Although Chu Lai King felt rather regretful that he could not personally kill Li Qingshan, he still felt delighted. An idea struck Li Qingshan. He made up his mind and grabbed the nascent soul. The figure of a spirit turtle appeared behind him and suppressed it. The nascent soul immediately stabilized greatly, and the white light that shot out was forcefully suppressed. However, more and more cracks appeared on its surface, ready to explode at any time. Under the shocked gazes of the great grandmasters, Li Qingshan made an extremely bold move. He stuffed the nascent soul into his mouth and swallowed it. The spirit turtle's suppression on the inside was even stronger, but the cracks had already covered the entire surface of the nascent soul. An explosion was already unavoidable. If this continued, he would only be blown to smithereens. Is this wretched demon tired of living? Everyone thought the same thing. However, they saw Li Qingshan suddenly turn around. His eyes widened and his mouth opened to an unbelievable degree. A dazzling light lit up in his throat. Since he could not completely suppress it, he would just have to find a way to release it. The tiger demon's breath was a furious exhale. What? Chu Lai King's expression changed. A dazzling streak of white light whistled out, rushing towards Chu Lai King and the others like a mountain torrent bursting out of a dam. As soon as the white light left his mouth, it became unrestrained. It expanded rapidly, taking the shape of a funnel. By the time it reached Chu Lai King and the others, it had already blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Li Qingshan even shook his head maliciously, causing the white light to bend and sway, ensuring that the area of attack of this angry breath was large enough. I guarantee that I won't let a bad person go, nor will I let a good person go. The white horse is not a horse, it's hard to tell the truth. The famed great grandmaster level martial sage's expression changed. Then a hazy figure appeared in the air, looking like a horse but not. It was white yet not white. When the rays of light entered it, they all turned into nothingness, as if they were directly denied by his words. Mechanical War City. The Mahist Great Grandmaster waved his hand and summoned a majestic black city. It was filled with countless black cannon holes and 1,000 cannons. They all fired at the white light. Dazzling heavenly sound. The music school's Great Grandmaster waved her hands and hurriedly plucked the zither strings. Waves of sound waves were condensed and did not disperse. Instead they stacked up in front of her. The Great Grandmasters all used their ultimate defensive techniques. If it was an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, they might be able to resist it. However, this was a nascent soul cultivator's self-destruction. After being restrained by Li Qingshan, the power no longer spread in all directions. Instead, it was restrained and pointed in one direction, increasing its destructive power by more than 10 times. Boom, boom, boom. The white horse was dead. The battle city was broken and the sound was broken. The Great Grandmasters were like ordinary people who had been swept into a mountain flood. They couldn't control themselves and were slapped hard on the Great Buddha Mountain. Billions of rays of light splashed and the Great Buddha Mountain shook. The Grand Buddha Hall at the top of the mountain was enveloped in white light. Countless glazed tiles and golden bricks were shattered. Even the Sanskrit world cleansing array couldn't protect the hall that had existed for 10,000 years. It completely collapsed and turned into ashes. Only the fierce king of Chu let out a roar, and a 5-pointed star appeared in front of him. It flickered with 5 different kinds of light, and contained the mysterious changes of mutual promotion and restraint. It rotated to resist the impact of the white light, and actually went against the flow. Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan wiped his mouth. He didn't have that part anymore. From his neck to his mouth, everything had been melted away by the violent power, revealing his craggy bones. 4 fangs intersected and emitted a metallic luster. However, this didn't stop him from revealing a ferocious smile. At some point, the mighty sound of Sanskrit had calmed down and the turbulence in his soul had calmed down. He was full of fighting spirit and swung his last man wildflower saber. Again? Deep in the soil, the Great Grandmaster of the agricultural school felt the earth tremble. He tried his best to go deeper. Because he was on the Great Buddha Mountain, the soil and rocks were all soaked in Buddhist light, so the speed at which he traveled through the earth was very slow. However, he had the patience. Right now, he just wanted to leave this ghastly place and return to the farmland of his dreams. Although Li Qingshan had said that very rudely, he found it to be very reasonable. Those who plowed the fields should remain in the fields obediently. They should not wander around. Purging demons or upholding justice was not something an old farmer like him should be doing. Although he might be mocked by his fellow cultivators for fleeing in the face of battle, plowing the fields had never been something glorious. If he were competitive, he would have never chosen the agricultural school in the first place, much less reach his current realm of cultivation. Only when he reached the depths of the earth and entered the crisscrossing underground caverns of the Green Province did his withered face smile. He could finally use the earth escape technique at full strength. He sat on a rock and took out a tobacco pipe happily. He took a great drag and even blew out a few smoke rings. He had grown all of the tobacco in the farmland's secret realm. Not only were they harmless, but they were even very spiritual. Regular people would become addicted to secondhand smoke. Old man, let me have a taste. A pair of cold compound eyes lit up in the darkness behind him, and a hoarse voice rang out. You are. In the Chan monastery of Devanaga, countless monks raised their heads at the top of the mountain in shock. The grand hall had vanished. However, even more people could no longer care about that. A great Buddha was currently rampaging through the monastery, pursuing a tiny, white figure. Boom. The Buddha's palm struck down, reaching several meters deep into the mountain and leaving behind a huge, deep handprint. Large swathes of temples and halls collapsed. Little An was sent flying by the shockwave, basically brushing past the edge of the palm to avoid it. Before she could even catch her breath, there was a flash of golden light from the corner of her eyes, and the Buddha's palm struck out again. She was unable to dodge anymore. Bang! Her bones shattered and scattered, and the samadhi flames of white bone were extinguished with a flash. The strange cackling came to a halt, and a skeleton demon was smashed to pieces. Its body that was even tougher than arcane treasures was as fragile as a clay puppet before the Buddha's palm. In the face of danger, Little An summoned a skeleton demon to block the palm strike for her. She used the opportunity to pull away in a hurry. So far, 7 of the 33 skeleton demons had already been destroyed. Only 3 had been destroyed in the chaotic battle against the 2 monk kings and the 8 legions of Heavenly Dragon. The other 4 had all been smashed to pieces by the Buddha's palm strike. The skeleton demons that were on par with great cultivators could only be used to block the great Buddha's blade. Fortunately, the great Buddha did not possess any abilities or techniques, nor did he possess sufficient intelligence, making it very easy for him to predict his movements. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to emerge victorious. Even with that being the case, he was the most powerful opponent she had ever encountered in her life. And this is just a statue. If it were a true Buddha, just what kind of abilities would he possess? If it weren't for the fact that I practice the path of white bone and great beauty, which prevents me from being suppressed by the Buddha's nature, I probably would have fallen into a bitter battle already. Sure enough, killing Buddhas isn't that simple. Little An thought to herself. She held the Buddha's slaying sword in her hand, but she never had the chance to attack. She might be able to injure the great Buddha with a single slash, but if she was struck by a palm strike, the outcome would not be much better than the skeleton demons. If she summoned all the skeleton demons and formed the skeleton demon formation to suppress the great Buddha, she might be able to create an opportunity. However, she did not do that. Apart from the 5 prayer beads she held in her hand, the remaining 21 skeleton demons were all spread out. Under the terrified gazes of the monks, a hideous skeleton demon climbed up a bell tower with great difficulty. Under the assault of the vast sound of Sanskrit, its body trembled violently. Its joints seemed like they would crack at any moment, but it was unable to drown out its strange cackling. Finally, it reached the top and crushed the buzzing bell with a swipe of its claw. The vast sound of Sanskrit weakened slightly. It ignored the monks and lunged towards the next bell tower. This happened above and below Great Buddha Mountain. The skeleton demons charged left and right like there was no one there, shattering countless bells and drums. This happened to be the foundation of the Sanskrit formation of world purification. The 8 tribes had all been annihilated. The 2 monk kings landed at the foot of Great Buddha Mountain feebly. Now there was no one in the monastery who could stop them anymore. The vast sound of Sanskrit gradually settled down, ensuring that Li Qingshan was no longer suppressed. Now there's finally a place I can go. It was the place she had wanted to go to ever since she entered the monastery. Bang! Another skeleton demon was smashed to pieces. She did not take another glance at it. Instead, she gazed in a certain direction on Great Buddha Mountain. Just when she was about to fly over, 2 figures blocked her way. Invincible Buddha. The dauntless monk and the monk kings of the 7 treasures stared at Little An furiously. Although they both seemed rather disheveled, they were filled with determination. One used the Guardian King's avatar, while the other used the 5 Buddhist treasures. There were 2 monk kings blocking her way in front, while the great Buddha pressed over from behind and slammed down with another palm strike, immediately forcing her into dire straits. She smiled in an alluring manner. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Little An swung the blood sea banner without even looking back, sucking the great Buddha into it again. Then she raised her hand. The law of 4 parts? Abstinence. The furious expressions of the 2 monk kings stiffened. They were immobilized. The familiar sight appeared before them once again. Bang! They glanced at each other from the corner of their eyes. They should not have been so close to each other. Rumble! The great Buddha slammed into the side of the mountain, producing a long gully. With a rip, the blood sea banner cracked open, and the blood-red color became much fainter. Little An stowed it away and flew towards the forest of pagodas in the monastery. The exquisite pagodas were scattered all over the place, old and new. They consecrated the sariras left behind by past eminent monks. These were not bones that had survived cremation, but true condensation of power. To be able to be condensed into sariras, one had to undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation at the very least. These sariras were the best resources for the path of white bone and great beauty. Little An brought her palms together and closed her eyes. Seniors and masters, I'd like to borrow your sariras. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.